I've got a problem with turning my mic on, so assuming nobody heard that whole beginning, it happens. I'm an idiot. But just in case, we'll start it over. Now that we're live, before we get started into our array of topics tonight, I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. And if you're a minor, don't drink on YouTube. Yeah, I see the comments there. I think I got it fixed. I'll wait till the chats kind of catch up. The live's a few seconds ahead. So, okay, it's on, muted. I don't know. We'll figure that out. If I can't get this sorted out, I don't know. That's how it happens. But I think I turned it on. I think. Either way, if you're a minor, don't drink on YouTube. This is not allowed. You're not allowed to do it. All right. So we've got a couple of people in here just getting started. As people start flowing in, we'll get into the topics of the night. I'd like to talk about the stuff that happened at Michigan State. I didn't get to see the tournament. I know it was live on YouTube, but it's been a pretty busy weekend for me. I did see the super matches. What do you mean I'm on dial-up? My connection is excellent. I had to go kick my kids all off of their video games because I had like 6 different PlayStations all streaming their online games and 2 others that are watching Netflix and shit. It's my connection was very, very unstable. The kids are kind of unhappy with me that I had to kick them off there. But as far as I can tell right now, everything says excellent as far as streaming goes. But Michigan State's those super matches were pretty good. Well, especially the main event one there. The tournament itself seemed awful dandy, and we had some good Canadians down there representing. They all had a really good showing. And then obviously the big one was the King of the Table 3. And basically everything I had, all the matches that I put predictions on, I was right. So everybody should be listening to the drunk bearded one. Okay, so into the chats here. Evan, when you pull Larry, will you let him win? I will definitely not let him win. I'll let him fight. If I feel that I'm just too far ahead of him, I will let him fight. Letting somebody win, not my nature. Even Larry doesn't have enough money to pay me for my dignity. But that would be a really, really fun match with Larry. He wants to hook left-handed. It would go far worse for him than the Khaled match did. Right-handed, his style of pulling. So Larry's really only got one move. We've seen him kind of adapt a little bit over the years as he's getting better. And like the guy really is strong as fuck. He's one of the strongest dudes in the world. Alan, let me know if you're not busy. I'll send you the link, buddy. You can hop in here with me. Toddzilla, no, I do not want that match. But Larry's strengths and weaknesses, yeah, he's changed his style of pulling a little bit over the years. And the current style that he's going with is this dragging bicep-driven hook, which, honest to God, is like that or a King's move are the 2 toughest moves for me to deal with right-handed. They just don't play towards my strength. A traditional high hook top roll, somebody that's going to try to smash over, take my hand and drive me sideways to the pad, I do well with. Or somebody that wants to use some type of shoulder committed hook, because I'll just get my shoulder in front of theirs and kind of out bully them and out position them. And knowing that my arm is unbreakable, I will dig in deeper than they will. That whole test your frame scenario that no, Jake, out there, go lay down. The whole test your frame scenario that Devin was putting forward with Jerry is kind of my go-to against anybody that wants to come inside and go sideways. But yeah, Larry would be a fantastic match. Stylistically, it's a good matchup for him against me, except that I'm a good arm wrestler and he's not. So he also gets tired really, really fast. And I like to fight at the table. I want to keep continuing to push that pace, push that pressure. I will tire him out in the setups. So even if he is too strong in round one, that doesn't mean anything. I'm not looking for a shutout stake. I'm looking for a win. And I don't think he'd be able to keep up with me long enough to get a fourth win. But I think it'd be a great match. I think it'd be fun. You'd actually have a fight. Larry'd probably be looking at his most competitive against me. He keeps getting better. And he might just be too strong out of the gate for me to stop him in that first or second, maybe even in the third. All right, so what do we got? Yeah, Alan's in the chat. Like I said, Alan, if you want in, you know, we've always got room for Alan Ford from Canada's Wipeout. Poor Larry, man. He needs to take a step back and rethink. The weakness of his posting pressure and rising screws him along with the pronation of middleweight. I don't think it's really that his pressure isn't there. I think in any single direction for arm wrestling, he's probably really strong. He knows how to work out. He knows how to get stronger. I think that he's just not able to add things together and do multiple attacks at the same time, which is what separates the guys that have been doing it for a little longer. And as far as rethinking goes, I think he's on the right path. Khaled just happens to have an incredibly strong hand. Like without training, he like just picks up a cap to the cross number 4 and just closes it. He doesn't train for it and doesn't even know the technique behind closing it. He just picks it up and does it. Like his hand is just like world elite strong without needing to train it. So you didn't really have much of an option except to go into that inside lane. But because he was using such a dragging bicep driven hook versus more of a shoulder committal and getting really deep in on it, he's going to gas out faster. When your muscles are that big, that strong, you just get tired faster than other people do. That's just the name of the game. Also, his training could be adapted for that, especially knowing that this is a problem for him, that he always runs out in those later rounds, a little bit longer in the rest period. And his training, instead of doing this like 1 rep max style, he comes to the table, he gets a couple of really hard pulls in, then he walks away. He's like, no, I need a second. Like, no, you need to get in there and just push through that discomfort. Those Alan Ford t-shirts, seek discomfort. That's the discomfort that Larry needs to be looking for and just pushing through that every time. Exhaust yourself. Don't be afraid to lose on the practice table against guys that haven't been doing it. Yeah, it's nice to make a video where you're beating all these other big jack dudes that are hanging out there. But if that's your goal, is just to have a good video image, cool. I mean, you can do that still. But you need to have an actual practice day where you're actually getting to work and closing the gaps in your game. Don't film that one, whatever. You know, but by the end of it, you should be exhausting yourself to the point where you're not able to beat the small new guys, you know? There's not a guy on my team that hasn't pinned me at some point. I'd imagine at some point you will see all of the King of the Table 3 on YouTube for sure. I'm getting a bit sick of Larry lately. Doesn't seem to have an arm wrestling IQ. I was getting sick of Larry right from the beginning. The problem is Larry is good for the sport. He's putting on the biggest, best events. He's got a huge fan base. He's good for the sport. I think he would learn an awful lot from having me over there. And my offer still stands, even if he just wants to, you know, like have me out there to do some training, you know, like I can teach him a couple of things. And it sucked that I'm not allowed drinking. So maybe we should set up some Coach Beerman training when he comes to New York to avoid that Dubai heat all summer. All right. Seeing this event, do you think that Devitt has more of a chance against the Europeans? Well, this event really let us know a little bit. We're going to get into that a little bit later. So, yeah, right now we've covered the Larry Khaled match, but kind of unintentionally. Oh, well. But that was really good. Back in the chats here. So bad at this. Lose it all. Never know where I am. It's time for Beer Man versus Larry. Set it up. Hey, I've been trying to set that up since before Larry ever did the first King of the Table. We went live on Devin's channel while we were practicing here in the Valley. And Devin kind of had this epiphany moment where he said, me versus Larry is something that the world just needs to see with the whole clash of styles. And Devin even said he would pay for my ticket to Dubai just so we could see it. Larry needs more cardio. He pumps way too fast. That's true. Great competitor reviews. Totally support that. Indeed. Alan is busy trying to find out if there's a day I can do a live chat, but you take them all. Alan, I do Tuesdays and Thursdays, and if there's absolutely nothing else going on any evening, I'm just going to hop on. It's pretty simple. Larry couldn't handle your banter. Wow. Maybe he could. Larry, he handles dealing with Eddie and shit, and Eddie can talk shit with the best of them. Oh, those drunkards. I don't even want to talk about after that stream, but they didn't leave my house till like 5 o'clock in the morning because I wouldn't let them drive. So it was like 5 o'clock in the morning before we found somebody that could come pick them up. Do you have the longest mustache in the game? I don't know. It's got some length. I'm thinking about shaving the beard off and just going like full Eggman. That'd be fun. Larry would cry having to listen to Evan. Well, I mean, that's the goal. As long as I can get into his head somewhat, it makes it more fun for me. Are you offended that people are even comparing you to Larry Wheels? You have earned your steps through the arm wrestling. He's earned them through being popular. Look, Larry's strong and he's good for the sport. Any of the people that really know what they're talking about, they want to see the match for a different reason than the competitive level. But like I said, Larry is elite level strong and he is getting better. I got the other 3 predictions right, but I thought Kardec had win. I thought it was close and the match was close. Dave ended up running away with it, but yeah, I think Larry really a puppet and Adam controls him. I don't think so. I think that's the other way around. I think Larry just does what he wants and he doesn't listen so much. I've seen some videos where Larry kind of got upset with Adam for interjecting or making too many jokes to his guests or something and like too much poking. And Larry kind of gives him a look like you need to shut the fuck up. Big Frank, I think you're right. Probably about Larry crying. That is quite possible. He couldn't close. I haven't seen the video about Kyle trying to close it, but I believe he set like a world record in something like that without ever training. I think it was a number 4. I could be wrong. It's happened before. It could be Larry's nerves. He has no man card in the deck. Nerves play a part in everything. Yeah. Anybody that's ever done any type of combat sport, whether it be wrestling, jiu-jitsu, boxing, kickboxing, anything like that, when you go to training, you go to practice and you're doing sparring, you can just go, right? Round after round after round, you're in great shape. You don't really get tired. Everything's fine. But then when you get into the ring and there's a referee there and it becomes a real fight, everything becomes exhausting. 2 minutes of wrestling is harder on you than 20 minutes or a half hour of wrestling in the gym. Even though you're working at a hard pace and you're wrestling hard, you get tired faster. The difference is stress. The body does not handle stress. You get into a stressful environment and exhaustion just sets in much quicker. The whole adrenaline dump where you're putting out more energy than you normally would be able to, even if you're trying to work at that 100% rate, once you have a little bit of adrenaline, you're able to push out a little bit more. Your body can't keep up with that. So anytime that you're in a heightened stressful environment, you will get tired faster. That's why I like to have a few beers and not give a shit. I go out there, fight as hard as I can, and I just keep fighting until they can't keep up with me because I don't care. All right. Lost the chat again. Evan, look factor 50 for fuck's sakes. Whatever that means. Marcus, are you starting with this drunken ease again? I'm going to need a few more beers before I can start reading in drunkenese. Larry is nervous and gets tunnel vision for that pin pad, rushes the pin, gets out of position, and then he gets panicked. He needs to get center, improve his position, and go for the pin. I agree. Calming down and not being so excited would help him. But then again, he's strong. So if you know you're going to get tired, try to get through those matches real quick. If you just got to get a little bit stronger right now and get that pin, get that match done, it's going to benefit you too. You don't need endurance. Endurance only becomes a factor if the strength is close enough to make it a problem. Cheers, beer man. Cheers, Dave. Thank you. Howdy, beer lovers. I don't know what peds Larry is on, but he's got to watch out, stay clear of the ones that blow you up really fast. I am not super educated in the world of steroids. As far as I know, any of the high test stuff, Trenbolone, Anadrol, stuff like that, the really, the ones with the greatest strength gains, but also have the biggest side effects, those ones seem to be the ones that tend to pump you up real fast. In MMA, I know there was a bunch of guys that were caught on like EPO. I don't really know what that is, but apparently it is fantastic for endurance. So maybe he should look to switching to something like that. Kott let him win. I don't know about that. Larry was in a no-win situation. Well, it's tough when you're the big name and you're against somebody that doesn't even train arm wrestling. But with the way people talk about Kott's hand, I've never felt it, but I hear it's absolutely ridiculous. Another year or two, Larry's tendons will start catching up with his muscle strength. He will be a beast. Still early yet. How many people do you have 2 years are that strong already? None. No guys on my team are that strong 2 years in. Larry's an exceptional strength athlete. Beerman being mentioned with Larry is good for Beerman. I agree. I would love to get that match. And it's not necessarily because it's going to give me any points in the arm wrestling community. It's just going to let a lot more people know who I am because of his fan base. I'm doing it completely out of being a whore. Everyone go subscribe to Alan Ford. Yeah, that's one way to do things because Alan won't plug himself, even though that's why he's got that wrench. Imagine having to wake up every day and think about PR every day. Well, that's what he loves to do, though. So does Kott have the potential to beat Levon? No, he doesn't. I mean, if he wanted to get on that serious gear program for 10 years and get up to 350 pounds, I mean, he could probably do that. He's a massive dude just naturally. And when you have a hand that's that big and strong without training it, sky's the limit for where it could go. Yeah. The Thomas Inch dumbbell. Yeah, the big one. He just grabbed it and picked it up like fuck all. It was ridiculous. I can't pick that one up. I can pick up the smaller one, like the actual inch dumbbell, but it's not easy. Enemy or opponent, that is key. I don't care. When the ref says go, I'm ready to go. I don't trust his manager, Mr. Griphead, whatever his name is. Adam. No, Adam's a good dude. I like Adam. Where the fuck is Uncle John? Uncle John is busy doing a live commentary of WrestleMania over on the Hot Tag with Ozzy. I haven't got a chance to check that out yet, but last night they were holding strong at least 16 viewers. I think at one point they got up to 21 viewers concurrently. So he's hoping he can hit like 30 viewers just for at least a minute. That'd be cool for them. I do like that channel though. Overthinking fatigues. That happens. Once Levon looks like Dennis, so 10 years. Yeah. What's your take on Todd Hutchins versus Michael Todd? I'd like to see it. I think both of those guys are kind of like condescending douchebags. You know, they just kind of think they're better than everybody. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And I've never met Michael Todd in person, but any phone call conversations I've had with him, I actually get along with Mike real good. Just some of his online personality stuff and his YouTube bugs me a little bit. You know, anytime he's asked about, or when he's commentating, you know, Mike and Devin are pulling, and he's just trying to make it all about him as he's talking. It's like, well, the match isn't about you, Mike. Fucking, let's talk about them. But He wants to talk about how well I pulled this guy and I pulled this guy and this is what nobody gives a fuck. We're watching them pull. Stop. You don't have to make every conversation about you. But when I've talked to him on the phone, like I said, he seemed like actually a really good dude. Todd Hutchins, however, talking to him in person, he was like he just thinks he's better than everybody else. What do we got? Does Uncle John do live streams on that wrestling channel? They're doing live on that wrestling channel right now. Damn you, now I've got to pause and go smoke. Well, that happens, man. Sometimes you got to do it. Devin's Forum in there plugging channels. Attaboy, buddy. Is it easier to drain your opponent's energy in a winning position? Yeah, but if you're in a real good winning position, chances are they're not going to hang on. They're going to realize that you're draining and they're just going to let it go or elbow foul out, get a restart, and now you're not in a winning position. You got to work to get back in there. Sometimes it's best to find yourself a comfortable position that they feel like they're still in there and maybe sell it a little bit that they think they're okay and have them keep fighting. Okay, TJ Dillashaw was on EPO and got him suspended. Yeah, no, he was one of the guys that I was referring to when I was talking about the EPO. Beer Man is the reason losers have to take steroids. Maybe. Or maybe they take them because they like being strong. What's Devin's cycle just needed for educational purposes? I couldn't tell you. Does Devin use steroids? Is that a real thing? I thought he just ate pancakes, man. We love Horace Beer Man. Well, who doesn't? Who doesn't? EPO is dangerous. If you take every day, the dosage doubles in your body. At the end of a cycle, EPO will multiply by 100 times in your system. That's why people get blood clots and die on EPO. Well, and if that's true, EPO doesn't seem that great. Maybe Larry should not do that. Oh, first super chat of the night from Jay Monster. Beer Man, do you think you can hang with Khalid? Yes, I think I would crush Khalid. I'm just going to be too much of a finesse arm wrestler. He's not going to be able to handle me in the setup. Even though I could not deal with his hand, I wouldn't need to. Ooh, look at this. A brand new beer. I wouldn't need to deal with his hand. I'd be able to get right around it, make it about his arm, chop in on that. And then he's got to deal with my shoulder and all my unbreakable arm pressing down into his bicep. And he's just going to blow up. And then maybe once I've got him exhausted, I can start fucking with his hand a little bit just to say, well, I can top roll that guy. Dana McWade, how do you go about avoiding it multiplying? Do you spread out your cycle? That's a question for Dana. Why are you drinking BBL? I mean, BLL, Bud Light Lime? Because it's fucking tasty, man. I like it. We're on to full beers now. Him is sponsored. Mike is very self-absorbed. I think it just comes across that way really on his YouTube. But like I said, any conversations I've had with him outside of the internet, like he seemed like a really good dude. Larry needs to train more on the static and negative part of his arm wrestling practice movements, just like Devin does. Notice that 98% of the time Devin does table time. He's doing static and negative. Devin just kind of hangs on and lets people use all of their energy on them so that he can get more work in. For Devin, it's all about volume. It's not about trying to get that 1 rep max and hitting that. The problem with going that hard every practice is it takes too long to recover and you can't get another workout in anytime soon. So he kind of, being the stronger dude than most of his training partners, he spends a lot more time hanging out on the other side and just letting people work. And you avoid inflammation and really beating the shit out of yourself, but you can get a lot of volume work in, which is going to make you stronger. If the only weight you have available to you is a 20-pound weight, you lift it, see how many times you can lift it, right? If you can only do it 40 times before you get tired, cool. But you keep doing that 40 times every day, it becomes 42 times, 45 times, 50 times. You're getting stronger. Does your endurance really get that much better? Not really. What gets better is your strength. As you get stronger, it's taking less effort. You're not going to get tired as fast. So endurance is directly related to your strength and your output. Yeah, some people are just in phenomenal shape and don't make lactic acid at the same rate as others, but yeah. Then what you start a low dose, really low, and hire a professional bodybuilding coach like Dave Palumbo if you're going to run EPO. Well, I'm sure Larry has access to all of this information. Like he's been, yeah. So Mr. Gabagool Gay for Devon never stops going on. Whoever that is. Where am I in this chat? Don't know. Lost it again. 40 is good enough. Oh, we got 143 people in here and almost 50 likes. You guys could take a second and hit that like button for me real quick. Wouldn't take too much. There it is, Devon's Forum. Everyone smash that like button. Larry would always dominate Kott in straps in practice. Got to hand it to Kott for not letting Larry slip out. Well, Larry even said it in the press conference. He didn't think he'd be able to get out to straps without Larry letting him, or without Kott letting him. That, his hand is that big and strong, and he will just clamp down and not let you slip. When guys like Mike and Devon are having a hard time slipping out, yeah. Can I please just destroy Ryan Bowen? We are working on that, man. I think that match is happening later in the year, like October or November. I don't really want to go to Australia when it's nice and summer here, but winter there. Sounds dumb. I'd rather go when it's like cold and shit here and nice out there. So I want to go at the beginning of their summer, before, as it's starting to get warm. We don't want it too hot, and I don't want all of the every animal in Australia wants to kill you. Like everything's poisonous as fuck. The spiders they got are huge. I don't like spiders. I'm not afraid of them, but I don't like them. And they got some huge fucking spiders there, and they're all poisonous. Like they even got cute little like platypus that are just like ridiculously toxic. I don't want to deal with that shit. So I'd like to go there when, the bugs aren't that bad, as we're just starting to get nice and warm. Seems like a much better time. Not a bad taste. Pancakes, bacon, sausage. How did I not get the alert? Billy Brown? Not a clue, buddy. My favorite beer. My favorite beer is cold. Well, my favorite beer is free. My second favorite's cold. Whatever. I drink them all. I don't know. For me to pick a favorite beer, it'd be tough. It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm sitting around like at the pool or the beach or something, and it's nice and hot out, and you're sweating just sitting there in the sun, Bud Light Lime is nice just because it's like really light, and I do like that little lime taste. Innocent Gun is a fantastic one for that when your bottle is sweating. It's aged in an old like hickory barrel, so it's got a really nice taste in it. I love that beer. It's really good. Hope kicking those guys out from last stream was easy. Have a good night. I'll have a beer with you. Yeah, it was not easy. They didn't want to leave. Who would be a good match for Matt Mask, in your opinion? Any high-level hooker. Anybody that's trying to set hook is going to have a hard time with Mask. I don't know if I think I can beat Lachlan left, but when I go down there, if I'm going down there to pull Bowen right hand, I would like to try to get a match with somebody left-handed, whether it be Lachlan or that giant Matt dude. I don't know how to pronounce his full name, so I'm not going to try it, but the beast from New Zealand there. He hasn't lost down there in I don't know how many fucking years, like ever, I don't think. But I'd like one of their best that they got there left-handed for sure. If I got to go all that way. But Lachlan would probably be the one guy that I really want to try on. Marcus, Mr. Gabagool Gay is hard to watch. I don't know who that is, guys. What have we got? Do you think a headbutt contest would be the next big thing? Headbutt contests are never a good idea. Cold free beer. That is fantastic. Why aren't you on the hot tag with Uncle John? Well, it's not my channel. It's not my show. That's those guys do that, and they can have it. It's I'd love to be a part of the hot tag. I really like wrestling. Not so much the current stuff and the recent stuff, but 80s and 90s wrestling, big fan of that stuff. I thought the performers were just a lot better. The art of selling was a lot better. They did a lot better job storytelling in a match then versus now. There's very few guys that compete in wrestling and professional wrestling nowadays that I find entertaining. That, yeah. Oh, it is Frank all that Muppet talks about. Sorry, his translator. Okay. God damn it, Marcus. You are so hard to understand sometimes. Make you smarter too. How tall are Beer Man? Well, I used to be 6 foot. Coming in a little shy on that now. Like the stream, nerds. What a fantastic comment, Constipated Devin. Fucking nerds. Oh, already. You want to hear something funny? Most of my lives and all of my beers with Bad Company, the monetization on it gets like, at best, it gets left as somewhat monetized or partially monetized, ad suitability and stuff. You know, most advertisements don't want to get associated with that much shenanigans. But that last one, when I got Petey the Savage, and fat old drunk TJ sitting here, smacking the shit out of each other, stayed fully monetized. I will never understand how YouTube makes their decisions. Whatever. All right, big thumbs up. All right, hit that line. Better to compete than it is to work out, to be honest. Well, it depends on what you're doing, man. Sometimes competing often is the right thing to do, especially when you're new. You just want, staying safe is the biggest part. You don't want to start adding injuries in. Injuries start to add up, pile up, and fuck you up. When you get injured, continue arm wrestling. Just work around it. If you can't use your go-to move, figure out another way to go and start developing that really well. Just never stop arm wrestling is the one big step. Don't get injured is the second step. But if you do get injured, still don't stop arm wrestling. Don't ever stop arm wrestling, and you'll just keep getting better. Yeah, so you got to find a good balance. As you start to get better and better, like for me, I've been arm wrestling for 10 years. I don't need a whole lot of work on getting a proper setup going in a real match. I don't need a whole lot of work on getting used to referees or staying collected and thinking my way through matches. I've got that stuff under control already. You know, I don't want to go too long without competing. You know, that whole ring rust thing. You want to keep it somewhat fresh in your mind, but I don't need to compete all the time to stay good at that stuff. For a new guy that's trying to get used to all of these cadences, competing often is important. So you want to spend the first 6 months to a year really developing your skill set and learning how to arm wrestle. Then you want to spend the next 6 months to 2 years, depending on your progression levels, just getting your ass kicked at every event you can. You want to train after every event, do some rehab and recovery training, get yourself, you know, healthy again, get the aches and pains away, and then rest enough that you're healthy going into your next event and find another event. And you just want to compete as much as you can. Competing every 4 to 6 weeks when you're new is really, really advantageous just to get used to all of this stuff, in my opinion. But once you've got it all figured out, then it becomes a matter of getting stronger and not just competing and learning. At that point, you need to compete less and spend more time developing strengths. It's all about what's lacking in your game and what you need to be focusing on that end. What is your choice for next batch and tournament you want to visit? So the next event I'm going to is going to be on May 7th. It is in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Be Strong Arm Wrestling is putting on a big event. Their production is really good. They make great YouTube videos, like the quality and everything. The dude that's running it, Umesh, awesome guy. He's fairly new in the sport, only a couple of years in, super strong. He had an accident at the last event we were at in the PAL Canada. I think he tore his bicep. So he's going to need a little bit of healing up on that end, and I hope that goes well for him. But he's running some good events, and it's like the biggest event we've seen in Canada for a while, basically since the MGCs kind of thing. And he's flying people in from all over the place. We got Rick Heidebreck versus Matt Mask. That's a good one. BLM is going to be pulling Brandon Elsesser on the right hand. Pork Chop is pulling Elsesser on the left hand. So those are pretty interesting to watch. What else have we got? Oh, I've got 2 super matches that day as well. I'm pulling Jamie Staken right-handed. Tough upcomer that he wants a shot at the champ. So we got like $500 worth of beer being bet on this. So you know I'm taking it serious. And then like that's free booze for like 3 weeks. You know, it's not bad. Or one night at a bar, depending on how this works out. Either way. Left-handed, I'm pulling Austin Jaggers at it. Anybody that doesn't know who he is, that is a big, strong son of a bitch. He just walked through the Arnold Classic as a super heavyweight champion this year, and that's right-handed, and left's his better arm. So I'm coming from way behind on that one. Marcus, no UJ, no translator. Yeah. It's hard to deal with that. Sometimes you're tough to understand, big buddy. Oh, Big Frank, you might need you to translate for me, like Ermey's Mr. Gabagool. Is that who Mr. Gabagool is? Is Ermey's translator? Well, I understood this whole comment, Marcus. Why can't you just type in normal fucking English? Like, how do you have to type with an accent? Who does that? Drop bears are mad dangerous. What the fuck is a drop bear? Bro, winter is here is summer. Yeah. Okay. Winter is summer. Gotcha. I know, Frank. I feel like Ermey. Well, you talk with an accent, or you type with an accent. It's not my fault. Oh, wow. I fell way behind on this chat. I got to, like, get moving here, man. Jeez. Oh, you have beaches in Canada? What the fuck? Of course we do. Of course we do. Wasaga Beach is, like, the largest freshwater beach in North America. It's awesome. Dave Chafee looked on another level. Do you think he's looking to get back at 11 rematch, or is he just swinging it? Look, Dave's always looking for pulling at the highest level, and that's why I picked Dave to win over Alex, just because stylistically, the only guy that really is beaten Dave in a straightforward fundamental style where you're coming right at him is Levin. Everybody else that's tried has lost. Alex has done better against Dave in that I don't think Alex comes out of that looking any worse than ever before. He tried to go toe-to-toe with the guy that nobody ever goes toe-to-toe with. The guys that beat Dave don't come at him. They try to come around him. Trying to deal with that guy's horsepower, not easy. Like, that's a serious dude. So, yeah, that's where I'm sitting on that one. I live in the bush and have no problem. I love living in the bush. Tyler Cottingham, what up, here, man? Woo. Oh, man. I tried to give it a good woo, like a Ric Flair style woo, but my throat's not so happy with me. But I'm doing a lot of screaming lately. Guinness. As in the beer? I can fuck with some Guinness. Mask's hand is ridiculous. Mask's hand is ridiculous from the base of the thumb to where his wrist is. It's like this fucking long. That's why it's so hard to hook him, because he can just pull his wrist away and you can't fucking reach it. It is ridiculous how long his wrist is, and it is strong. Do you have any other characters that will be introduced at some point? I don't have any characters. I mean, there might be a few in the works. See how that works out, but I'm just me. The beer man is the beer man. Bad company is just like when I decide to start being a dick to people. But I'm always the same guy. Just turn the volume up a little bit. I'm not very good at acting. Ermey's is Mr. Gabagool. Oh, I thought it was Ermey's translator. Jeez. Road Warriors Sting. I do like the Road Warriors. They're pretty fantastic. We say it long enough, Ermey's is branded. That is true. If you just keep calling them Gabagool, it will catch on at some point. I might start calling Hermes Gabagool. I'm telling you, B, I think your left is deadly. Train your right. I train. I work out hard. It's just you can only do what you do. Thanks, Schmo. I owe you $100. You know, Marcus, I love you, but if you're on here paying other people, what the fuck, man? Yo, what are your thoughts on the efficiency of using HGH? I have no clue what it's like. Apparently, that's the cat's ass, though. Like, I hear it's real expensive and it's like a long-term thing. It's not a short-term benefit type deal. So, I don't know. But apparently, it's real good. Fake sport is not a sport. Well, you get into the ring and take some of those body slams and let me know how you feel about it. I have no problem understanding my Irish friend. These Canadians, on the other hand, well, what the fuck? I think I talk pretty good English sometimes. Not too bad. Is it legal to smoke while arm wrestling? I don't think so. You're not allowed smoking inside most places, but maybe. I do it while I'm training sometimes. Shmo, I need to speak proper English and grammar for Evan. Not proper necessarily. Just as I get drunker, it gets easier to read. Yep, noticed all the commercials. Watched that last live. Oh, dude, if you want jackass shenanigans, I got some coming, man. So we got a video camera. My little brother got it for like his 16th birthday or something. Or no, it was for Christmas. And so I was like 19 or 20 or something. Either way, we were not the kind of kids that should have been given a fucking video camera. We're gonna find the dumbest shit we can to record. And I just found some of these old tapes, these little mini DVs, and I've got a player here that I could transfer it. So if I got to go through these tapes, I know it's got some of my old jiu-jitsu tournaments and shit like that on them. But if we have the old like Jackass video that we made, and this was way before Jackass, that some of the shit on there is just ridiculous. And if I know the quality is not going to be very good because that long ago it just wasn't the same, but some of that shit's just dumb as shit. I'm gonna have to put it in like a private section or something because I can't just air that shit in the public. It's fucking nuts, some of it. All right, how much of a chance do you think Derrick has against Chafee? Hard to say, man. The shit that Derrick's been doing lately, he looks incredible. You still gotta have him as the underdog, but I wouldn't be terribly surprised if he pulled it off. Thoughts on Chance Shaw against Toddzilla? I thought Chance did great. I think Todd pulled a smarter style than we're used to seeing him do. And yeah, Todd's side pressure, even if you take his hand, is still just ridiculous. I think he's a little full of himself. You listen to his video that he put out afterwards, and I feel I could have just smacked him in and just went through. I'm like, well, why fucking didn't you? Why can't you give credit to somebody when you get your hand blown open saying that I think I could have just turned him in, no problem? Like, motherfucker, if you could have just turned him in, no problem, why didn't you? Because you couldn't. And you just went around talking shit. Whatever. Marcus Thompson, don't worry about it. These Canadians are thick-headed. It's kind of my charm, isn't it? Not good looking, so I got to be stubborn. Always like he might be stronger, but endurance. Strength is good. Endurance is good. Bring it all up. But if I ever get to pick one thing to increase, it's always going to be strength. I always want to be stronger if I can. Do you have high cholesterol? Not a fucking clue. But alcohol keeps my blood thin, so cholesterol shouldn't be an issue. Reverse arm wrestling. Strap up and pin yourself. We do that to relieve pressure and just keep balance in our arms. If you only train one directional, your arms start to become lopsided. That's when you start to develop problems like a top roller versus a hooker. When you go to straighten your arms, my top rolling arm kind of straightens and my hooking arm doesn't really. If you take good care of yourself, you don't end up calcifying your joints like that. Can I beat Vresh? Right-handed, probably. Left-handed, oh, fuck. Stylistically, it's a good match. But that dude's incredible. Like, there's something weird going on with his left arm. So I don't know, but probably not. He would be the favorite, that's for sure. I wouldn't mind trying it though. Who tiny club mate, the small one with the glasses and square shape, looks strong, was pulling in comp. Right, that was definitely easy to read, but I'm gonna say you're talking about Lewis. Yeah, he's built like a block, real strong dude. Used to do powerlifting. He is strong, and he's getting a lot better at arm wrestling too. Lewis is a good dude. It takes at least 2 years for the major pain to go away. Well, Billy, you forgot to tell me that because it still hurts 10 years in. You'd think Evan would be the king of understanding Marcus drunk talk. I'd imagine I would do a lot better listening to his drunk talk than I do trying to read drunk typing. Tyler, the best rehab and recovery training you can do is get on the table and just don't go too hard. You can work at 50% all night. You'll still get tired, but you don't need to increase the inflammation. Just slow it down and get some volume in. You know, if you're a new guy and like say your team is just everybody's too strong for you, even if you're big and the small guys just you have to work to keep up with, get like your little sister on the table, teach her how to arm wrestle, and you can just control the good positions and just keep that blood flow going. It's the best way to do it. Oh, blood flow. That's exactly it. Marcus Thompson, reading comprehension guide. I need one. Oh, and Dana McWhite, you see RBJ came back and started crying about PED use. Apparently pissed some people off. I didn't actually get to watch that video, but I know that he did it. Right after I talked to him and found out everything's good, he was just dealing with his, his life. Fucking, they're just super busy people right now. So he stepped away from social media. But Rob does that. Every once in a while, he just fucks off for 3-4 months. That's how it is. Beerman, can you still be good at arm wrestling if you have smaller than average hands, or is that a big deal? Gary Goodridge is one of the best arm wrestlers to have ever done it, and he has tiny hands. Super heavyweight world champ with hands like a lightweight. Big hands are nowhere near as important as strong hands, and anybody can work on becoming stronger. World strong, off my ass up. Okay. 140. Held in the chat, smash the like. Yeah, 142 people, 108 likes. Actually, the ratio's doing pretty good. But yeah, fucking hit that button. Yeah. Levon is king of kings. Well, I mean, he's running the roost right now. What are you going to do? Did you see the Kirill Surge of arm wrestling? Somebody's got to send me this video of a dude arm wrestling a bear. I got to see this. Alex focuses on hands, and Dave gave him a new style. Dave's hand's also really strong. It's my next match, Colin Beachy. I got 2 of them coming up on May 7th. I'm pulling Austin Jaggers left and Jamie Staken right. And after that, basically just a month later, I think it's June 5th or 4th or somewhere around there, I'm going out to Alberta and I'll be pulling Mark Harrison left and some Swedish dude that's buddies with Chance Shaw right. Beerman is the bad company. Yes, he is. How do you think the Levin Devin match will go? I'm still not sold that Devin can get it done, but I'm hoping it kind of looks something like Gabby and Sarah did. I didn't think that was going to go that way. I picked Gabby as the winner, but I didn't think it was going to be close enough that Sarah was going to start switching that around by the time we got to the end of it. But I think Gabby got hurt in the match and she refused to pull anymore after the 4th round. She's like, no, like, that's it. I'm done. My arm hurts. But I'm hoping it goes something like that where Devin starts to, you could really see the bigger, stronger one getting tired. If Devin can get that happening by round 3, that'd be nice to see. I mean, the earlier you can get it done, the better, but you never know. What do you think about Canada reaching the Football World Cup? I presume you're going to say you don't give a fuck, sadly. Well, I was going to, except you presumed I was going to, and that is quite presumptuous of you. So instead of saying I don't give a fuck, I'll just tell you that I didn't even know that it happened. Devin versus Hermes right now. Again, Devin's not a competitor. He's not competitive with most people until he's ready. He does a building process. He gets stronger. Yeah. Like right now, right-handed, I'd imagine that Hermes is like ready to go. He only pulled left-handed. So if his right hand is all rested up, probably Hermes. But if you were to take it from right now and make that match in 5 weeks, and Devin has time to rest properly for it, I would go with Devin. By the time June 25th comes around, definitely Devin, not close. However he wants. Top roll, hook, king's move. Devin wins 6-0. It's derived from human fetal tissue. That's terrible. I don't want to hear about that. Don't do the expensive road. Can Pork Chop beat Blue Bowen? It's a bad match for Pork Chop stylistically, but man, that dude is strong when he gets ready. You're a trip. Thanks. Commented on Monster Michael Todd's channel for Beer Man to be invited to the next event. That'd be fun. I would have Pork Chop over Blue Bowen. Well, when Pork Chop is ready to go, look, he's making a serious run at taking over Toddzilla. When he trains really, really hard and takes that proper rest time, it's ridiculous the results that guy gets. He looked so fucking strong in Wasaga. Yeah, I don't know. Is he going to be able to deal with Todd Hutchins? He's stylistically, he's going to be coming right at Todd the way he wants to. But if he does get it done, which wouldn't be completely shocking to me, it'll be impressive. He'll be turning heads. The world will know who he is. Uncle John's mustache. What are you drinking? Well, this is a Budweiser. And this is a PBR. And I'm going to drink them both. Okay. How much do you weigh currently? I don't know, 245-ish. Pork Chop, when he gets ready, man, I'm telling you, he's a bad dude. Why is Rick Heidebreck pulling Kerdeka? Well, they offer you a match. Why would you say no to that? I didn't say no. They offered me the match against Kerdeka. Hey, Evan, you want to pull Kerdeka? Like, I guess. I mean, it'd be fun, but like, I'm gonna get my ass kicked. It's not gonna be close. Like, oh, you think it's that bad? Well, what if it's left-handed? Left's your better hand, right? So my good hand against his shitty hand, he's probably just gonna crush me, and it's not gonna be close. But I mean, I'm gonna fucking do it. Why would you say no to that? Like, I would change my schedule around and make sure that I was at my best shape ever, but still probably just gonna get my ass kicked. Like, you're talking about guys that are in that top 10 in the world. Those are a little bit out of my league. I shouldn't be pulling in the super heavyweight class. For me to get in a conversation with a guy at that level in the ranking system, I got to get back to 200 pounds. I'm doing a better job of getting back there. I was at 300. Now I'm down under 250. I still got considerable room for improvement. I could get back to that 200-pound range if there was ever an opportunity and I had the time. So I'm slowly coming back to there anyways. But if given an opportunity where I need to make that weight and I start taking it very seriously, I got to cut out the beer though, which unless there's something there that really makes me want to do it. Being the best in the world doesn't mean as much to me as it does to others. I like the competition. I like to fight. I love all of it. But hanging out, drinking beers, and chilling with my buddies is something that I also really enjoy doing. So to give that up, there's got to be something like with some spicy there for the reward. Do you think Chance would take Lachlan after the last match? I do. That'd be a fun match, actually. I would like to see that. RBJ would get Daz moved by Levon. Absolutely, he would. Watched you beat Yannick. Very impressive inside power that you have. Well, luckily for me, my arm will not break. So that comes in handy when you just know this and you can just do whatever you want, knowing that it's not going to break. Did you see? No, I did not see him arm wrestling a bear. Somebody send me a link to that because I got to see it. No one is saying it, but Lalaton is really number 2. Who is he really pulled? Well, everybody's saying that he's number 2 for a reason because of who he's pulled. He's done the best against Levon compared to everybody else. Like Devin is pulled with Vitaly, and he says that Vitaly is clearly the number 2 guy. Who's beaten Vitaly? He's also huge and just keeps getting better. Evan, what's up with the cowardly lion mustache you're going on? Do tell. Well, it's not a cowardly lion mustache. I'm trying to turn into Eggman for the new movie. Thoughts on Derrick versus Dave now? Same as before. My opinions on Dave has not changed from the weekend. And neither my opinion on Derrick. I still have Dave as the favorite, but I wouldn't be totally shocked if Derrick is able to do something. Evan, what's up with the how many times are you going to ask me about my mustache, man? Told you, it's not a cowardly lion mustache. I'm trying to be Eggman. What about having a small or thin wrist? I don't think wrist size is anywhere near important as wrist strength. Derrick is better than Alex. He might be. That doesn't mean he'd beat him. Do you train with grippers? I do not train with grippers. My grip is shit. Absolutely terrible. Holy Jesus, I'm way behind here. You guys are not letting me catch up at all. That's okay, though. That's okay. Just going to take a second. Have a sip of that beer. PBR. Definitely one of my favorite beers. And Scuzz Twitty has a song on YouTube about PBRs, which is also one of my favorite songs. All right, back to the chats here. Mustache. Thin wrists. Train with grippers? No, I don't train with grippers. I have 0 grip strength. I suck at that. Beer man, when are you going to be nice to John blah blah when he is in town? Probably not. Probably not. Evan, answer me. Jesus. Pinocchio. Okay, now I get why you're making so many mustache questions. I am not that far down the chat. I will get to you when I get to you. I am a busy fucking man. And wait your fucking turn. I answer everybody's questions. This is why nobody super chats in during a Q&A, because I answer everybody. Wait. Does that mean I'm doing things? Fuck it. If I'm doing it wrong, I'm doing it wrong. I don't give a shit. All right. Can you explain why, when I train, the pain in my brachialis is higher up, like mid-arm, but in actual arm wrestling, the pain is much lower in the brachialis, like more in the elbow? It's annoying. No, I can't. I have no idea. Pork chop all day long. What a beast. Pork chop's like 5'7". He says 5'9", but I don't believe him. All right. PBR gives me bad headaches. Well, I mean, it does to most women. Work external rotators, rotator cuff add. Yeah, work all that stuff. Literally work everything. And not just the things. You can't just work arm wrestling movements. You have to work non-arm wrestling movements just to keep balance and overall health. Otherwise, you're going to end up with problems. You're going to calcify your joints and you're going to lose mobility, which is never a good thing. Being healthy is always better. Did Ruba Haynes make it to the tournament? Who the fuck is Ruba Haynes? God damn it, Cody T again. This guy. I'm positive he just like Googles dumb shit to ask me. How many beers can you drink in a day? Like a full day? Honest to God, if I answer this question, people are going to call me a liar, so I don't ever answer it, but a lot. Arm wrestling plus drinking contest, best YouTube video ever. I'm ready. As soon as we can find like a viable competitor, I will do this. I'd suckle on that chop. Beefman Burgoyne, what a name, and what the fuck. Does Devin train with gripper? Devin does not do grippers. No arm wrestlers do grippers. Unless they also do grip strength, which is a different competition that they're training for. Nobody does grippers for arm wrestling, except for Grant Diet. You're going to bed. Okay. I love you. Good night, honey.
Okay.
Love you, bud. Okay. Are we going to see Vitaly pulling anytime soon? Vitaly's pulling some dude in Russia. I don't know why he pulled out of the Alex match, but he's pulling a match in Russia, so we're going to see him pull. Levon can't be beaten. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. You thought I was heavier? I used to be. I was 300 pounds. I'm just not anymore. The Grippler is still competing. So on the event that I'm at in May 7th, he will be pulling against Tiny, Jason Constantini. That's a pretty interesting match for me personally because I'm friends with both of these guys. And stylistically, it just seems like a fun match. John Jensen, $5, no chat. Thanks a lot, buddy. That's a free beer. I weigh roughly the same as you, but I would have to lose at least 20 to 30 pounds to even think about competing again. Dude, you don't. Anybody can think about competing. It's free. Actually doing it, whatever. So you lose a match or two. Who gives a shit if losing a match is the worst thing that ever happens to you? You know, you're worried about the wrong things in life, man. Just get out there and do it because we love doing it. Yeah, I prefer to win too, but only one guy gets to win and there's two in every match. So like 50% of the guys that arm wrestle have to lose. It's just how it is. If nobody pulled because they didn't want to lose, there would literally be like no fucking arm wrestling, except for whenever you've got two guys that both know they're going to win. And obviously one of them's wrong, but whatever, man. In every tournament, there's going to have to be a second, third, fourth, like however many competitors there are. Not everybody can be first. Just fucking do it. We don't arm wrestle because winning is everything. We arm wrestle because we love arm wrestling. At some point, I'm going to be old and more crippled, and I will win less and less and lose more and more, and I'm going to continue doing it. I love doing it. Who won yesterday? At King of the Table, we had Chafee winning in a straight set over Alex Krudecha. We had Gabby winning in a straight set over Sarah Bachman, but that was turning around pretty quickly. Hermes, Wagner did get that one good shoulder press in. So Hermes won 4-1. And then Larry lost. Was it 4-1? I think it was 4-1. And then over in the Michigan States, which I also paid attention to, the two matches that I knew enough about the guys to predict was Todd Hutchins winning and Ballinger beating Tim Lewis. I have no idea how anybody thought that was going to be a close match. Joey asked, what kind of music do you listen to? I listen to good music. I don't give a shit about the genre. There is good and bad music in all of them. So I just hate listening to shit. Devin seems to be a heavily endurance-based individual. I was wondering if you know how good he was in bodyweight movements when he was young, pull-up, push-up, running. Well, he won the Army Ironman, you know, and he didn't train for it. He just like showed up and did it and won it. So as far as the running and shit like that, he's pretty decent. He just doesn't get tired. Pull-ups, not sure. His range of motion, I mean, probably better when he was young, but nowadays I'd imagine not as great. Push-ups when he was young, I know he was able to do like 2,000 straight, no problem. And at one point, he said he has never found out how many push-ups he can actually do consecutively. He gets bored, and like he doesn't think he would ever have to stop. So there's that. PBR is the best budget beer. PBR is just fantastic, budget or not. Any improvement with the hemorrhoids? I noticed you registered some pain now when you were shifting on your seat. Oh, you saw that, did you? It's better. It's better. I'm gonna shove a little tube there, give it a little squeeze right up to the butt, but I can't reach my butt with my shoulder issues, so I gotta get the wife to do it, and then I gotta spend a few hours like avoiding eye contact with her because it's fucking weird. We don't have to make this chat tonight 4 hours about hemorrhoids again. Just trying to ignore them. Okay. Guys, chill. He has tattoos. He must be strong. Well, I mean, I don't have face or neck tattoos. Neck tattoos are badass. Once had a guy try to fight me, and I was like, I'm going to beat the shit out of this big prick. And then he turned his head, and I saw a tattoo on his neck. I'm like, I ain't fucking with that guy. He's got a neck tattoo. I got a buddy with a neck tattoo, and he terrifies me. But I was thinking, if I get a tattoo of my buddy's neck on my neck, then I have a neck tattoo of a neck tattoo, and that'll make me like double badass, right? Maybe. When will you arm wrestle Tyler Bolson? I'll arm wrestle Tyler Bolson anytime he wants, as long as my schedule is free. But I do need adequate time to show up properly trained and rested. Tyler's a bad dude, especially with his left. Like he really, really is. Does Devin's arm even produce lactic acid? I don't think Devin produces lactic acid like normal people do. I really don't. I haven't done any scientific testing because I don't know any science, but there's just no way he produces lactic acid like normal people. You pulled Devin. Does he have a 1% chance? 1%, I'm sure he does, but you watched a Conrad match today. Conrad's a bad dude. That guy has won the Mike Gould Classic. So anybody that's been around arm wrestling long enough, the MGC was one of the biggest, baddest tournaments in North America every year for like a dozen straight years. And if you've won that ever, you're a bad motherfucker. And this dude showed up. I was looking for a match. I was in really good shape. I was training really hard, helping Devin get ready for the Michael Todd match. And I just felt great. It was like the best I've ever been. I wanted a good match. And none of the top guys around would take a match with me at that event. Everybody just like, nope. Conrad said he would. Like, well, I mean, Conrad, if you're not training, I'm not interested in like just crushing a guy that's been out of shape because he hasn't been training real hard in the last few years. He's like, well, we're a few months out. I promise you, I've already dusted the weights off and I am big and strong and I'll be showing up looking to whoop your ass. I'm like, well, if you're coming at me hard like that, yeah, let's go. And he showed up and he was fucking huge. Devin took one look at him when he got there for the weigh-ins and stuff. And as soon as I got there, Devin turns and looks at me. He's like, dude, I just saw Conrad tonight. You are so fucked. He's enormous. And I believe that is the strongest Conrad that we've ever had. He was awesome. Oh, John Jensen, I just sent a small super chat and now you lit a smoke and I have to pause again. Dude, well, fucking super chat in telling me not to light a smoke and probably going to remind me that I want to light a smoke. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Sorry. What kind of drug do you need to get on to get rid of lactic acid? That's a good question. How much stronger is Devin since the last time? So the last like training match that I had with Devin where I pinned him a bunch, I couldn't tell you the difference. I was able to beat him before, and normally, even if I can't beat him, which is more often than not, realistically, at least I can feel where the difference is. I have no idea. I've never felt anything like that, what he is now. So once you hit a certain gap, anything above that is irrelevant, right? So like you get any new guy in the sport, they're not going to be able to tell the difference between me and Levon. Nothing is going to move. I'm not going to give up anything unless I want to let you work, right? I'll just stop everything. So it's out of the range that I have any idea of how much stronger he is. So it's considerable. Big name in North America, you can beat most of them. I can beat most of them left-handed. I can beat a good pile of them right-handed until you get into like basically the top 10 in the super heavyweights. No, at 242, maybe the top 5 that would probably beat me. Once I get down to 220 and 200, I think I can hang with the very top guys either hand, except for when you get into like those small percentage freaks that North America does have. Vresh on the left hand, Todd Hutchings, John Brzenk right-handed. Anybody outside of those like world level elite guys from North America weight classes, I think so. Okay, Alex, Devin. I don't know. I lost the chat again. Give me a sec. I'll fucking find it. There we go. Oh, link Evan the video. I don't know what video. Get Alan on live feed. Alan isn't around. He's busy. Alan Ford and I pull each other too. Long duck dong. How long is a duck dong? Big B in the chat. PED beer. That's my favorite PED. Down the Hitman. Bowed out earlier. Come on, man. Help brother out. Get online. He's busy, man. Sometimes people get busy. No big deal. The more, if I got somebody on the chat with me, which is cool. I love having a guest on, but I then am not able to interact with y'all anywhere near as much. Oh. Okay. What we got? Nobody in the world can't even come close to $2,000 solid. Dude, you're absolutely wrong. Look up what the Guinness records are on who can do how many straight push-ups, and Devin has done 2,000 straight. It's fact. Matt Maskwood with a full body tattoo would look crazy. That looks kind of crazy without it, but yeah, you would. What if their neck tattoo is just a butterfly or something? Dude, it's on their fucking neck. Like, if it's on their throat, I don't care if it's a butterfly. It's badass. Big Frank, you're right. Come on, Hitman. Well, if he wants on, he knows how to get a hold of me. PBR is a cheap, decent water beer. Then the hipsters started drinking. Now it's overpriced. PBR is just tasty. Whatever. Fuck the hipsters. I don't do what I do based on what hipsters do. I could give 2 fucks less about those guys. What do you think of Hermes versus Zoc left-handed? Maybe Hermes. Ray will destroy you. Probably not. Canadians, why are they so smart and good looking? Well, probably because you're drunker than we are. Evan, read the super chats as they come in. Click at the top of the chat. Oh, right. I can do that. Sorry, guys. I forgot. I will definitely get on those super chats as they come in from now on. Now that I've been reminded, my bad. Can you show them the bear video? I'm going to find this bear video if nobody links it to me tonight, because I got to see it. Lost my spot in the chat again. Always do this. All right, hipsters, Zoc. There we are. You need to coach Larry Wheels. If Larry wants it, I mean, Larry can, I'm easy to find. I would definitely help him and teach him the things that these big name pros aren't showing him, where his real problems are. And Devon's Evan need entourage to work this shit out. Devon's Evan need entourage to work this shit out. What the fuck, Marcus? How am I supposed to read that properly? You linked it earlier, Java. Fuck. I don't know. Levin is 100 levels above second place. I don't know about 100 levels, but he's a few. I mean it. Big B's left is sagged with top. Okay. Did you see Hermes talking shit about Big Harry Jones earlier? Cody, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Good evening, boys and girls. Hope you're all having a wonderful week. Yeah, I'm having a great weekend, except for not being able to sit down or walk straight. Would Paul Lynn beat you right or left? He would not beat me right, or he would not beat me left. Right-handed, odds are on his side. I've given my real opinion about Devin and Levin multiple times. I don't think Devin's going to win the match. I'm hoping he's able to at least break the shutout streak that Levin has going. I will be able to give a better indicator as we get closer. Crazy George versus Gabby Vasconcelos, right hand. Who wins? Well, if it's done anywhere in Ontario, I win because I'll get to meet Gabby because she's awesome. But George is going to win the arm wrestling match. Easy. You look like Popeye, fresh out of prison. Okay. Beer man. Evan, have you ever watched the new Strict Curl World Record? Nope. Paul would do right, but not left for Big B. Well, maybe. But I would definitely beat Paul left. Evan, what about you and Froda? I would love to pull Froda. Oh my God. That dude is just so much fun to watch. That'd be so cool. Can you teach Hart? Hart cannot be taught. You have it or you don't. I think Larry could mostly improve to be like Mike Aiello. I think Larry could be better than Mike if he were to learn. Yeah. Now I'm a lost book. Now I'm lost where bookmark in this chat. Fuck sakes. Marcus. Fuck. I'm going to be serious. Spell it right. Okay. Northern New York. Hey, Devin might stop 1 or 2 hits. Going to be good. If Devin stops a hit, like the earlier he does it, the better. But do you think Vitaly is better opponent than Levin for Devin right now? No, I think Vitaly might be a worse opponent. Levin's going to go and try to power through Devin more. Vitaly's going to come much higher in a round. I think Vitaly might be harder for Devin to beat than Levin is stylistically, but it's Levin, so yeah. I have never gripped up with Eric Spotto. I've never met him. What do I do for a living? This, I just drink beer. Total missed. See, that's why I don't play basketball for a living. Thanks, Evan, for the advice on competing. No matter what a person's weight is. I used to compete back in the dinosaur age with Nav. I know your dad. Well, I don't know your dad. I know who he is. But yeah, man, just fucking go. Show up. Arm wrestle. Why not do it? If you love doing it, just fucking do it. Losing sucks. People got to do it. Whatever. Only one guy gets to win. You know, just get back in there. Start competing. Win some, lose some. It's where you are. Big B would hit Bowen down now. Don't forget that was years ago. Think pro. Who you keep calling Big B? Do you lift at all? Never seen a training video. Well, no. I fucking hate lifting weights. Have you ever drank alcohol? I don't think so. Always smoke first, drink second. That's one way to do things, or you could just drink always and smoke when you want. Cody T, did you see Terry Benedict on Ocean's 11? You actually make me wonder what the fuck are you talking about all the time? How does Terry Benedict on Ocean's 11? Whatever. I would love to still practice with you and Alan. Man, Colin, anytime, come on down. Just show up. Hit me up. You know, we're not that fucking far, man. All right, now that I've finally caught up in the chat, I'm going to take my piss break 20 minutes fucking late tonight. So we're at 133 viewers. And oddly enough, I usually go up in views as I take my piss break. Apparently, I'm more entertaining when I'm not actually here. Now, just because you can't see me doesn't mean I can't hear you, except I'm the only person that has volume here, so I can't actually hear you, but you can hear me. But I don't think you really want me to give you a play-by-play on taking a piss. Which is probably good. Okay. Oh, we actually went down in viewers while I was peeing. That's hilarious. Okay. Can't argue with logic. Marcus, you have to forgive. Sober Evan is a bit slow. Well, I don't know if I'm sober Evan. I don't know if I've ever met sober Evan. John Dable versus you in drink arm wrestling battle. I'm going to beat him at everything. It's John Dable. He's just like a tiny little person. Advice on gaining weight. Eat fucking everything. The more you eat, the more you'll gain. That is just science. It's how it's worked. There's like math you can do and shit on it. There's things called calories. They're not just monsters that break into your closet and change the size of your clothes when you're sleeping. If you ingest more calories than you burn off, you're going to gain weight. Simple as that. So eat. Eat's the easiest way to gain weight. Now, you want to put on muscle, you're going to have to do a little bit of training with that. Now, if you haven't drank alcohol, have you ever smoked cigarettes? I don't even know what a cigarette is, man. Smoking weed, also a good time. I don't drink a whole lot of alcohol either because it's bad for you. Can you fight? Used to could. Holy shit. Viewers dropped off real quick now. That's fantastic. We are actually have more likes than we do viewers. This is awesome. I used to could fight. Spend a few nights in the gym trying to learn on that shit. What made you into arm wrestling from the martial arts? I broke my leg on my birthday one night, and then I broke it twice more that year. So I basically spent a full year sitting on my couch, drinking beer, eating pizza, and I just put on like 40 or 50 pounds. And then when it finally was all healed up and I was like green lighted to start training again, I wanted to go and start fighting again. I was still young. And I got about 4 steps into my first run when I decided I don't want to fucking do this, man. I don't want to run anymore. Hate it. So I just ended up finding arm wrestling shortly after that because I quit fighting. Okay. Hit that like for the beer man. Hey, we got more likes than we got viewers. Apparently, everybody in here has already liked it at least once. Couch stream. Well, you know, if I pull this blanket off here, it's actually the original casting couch. So this couch has been streamed a few times. When was the last time you trimmed that mustache? Mark Hoover. Oh, that guy. Whatever. If I shake too much, I'm just playing with it. It's mine. Do what I want. I'm my real dad. How heavy do you think Devin will be? I'm guessing Devin will weigh in at 308. Trimmed a mustache. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Why would I trim? If I felt like trimming, why wouldn't I just shave? Doesn't make sense. Devin wants you to pee your name in the snow. I actually don't have any snow left. It's all gone. Got to say Big B, beer man, sir. Well, I mean, I got a buddy named Big B. I'm not Big B. But if you're calling me Big B, then I would understand that you were talking to me. Except I'm confused because I think you're talking to my buddy. You should do color commentary for the King of the Table, like little Joe Rogan does for the, like what Joe Rogan does, what little Joe Rogan does for the UFC. Fuck. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't like doing that. Evan comes back to 1,000 chats. Well, there's a few that I'm behind on again, which is fine because it took me forever to catch up to them, so I was even able to go pee. Beerman versus RVJ. Beerman versus Bowen. I will beat Rob left. Probably lean towards Rob right. Stylistically, I could be in a very decent spot for Rob right-handed, though. Guys his size generally don't go through his hand. You watch the way Sasho did it. You watch most of his losses. It's people that aren't trying to go through his hand that just are strong enough to go and deal with his arm. It's the way to go. And Rob's just easy to kind of convince to hook, right? When you try to top roll with him, his hand is just so big and strong that most people can't get the job done. But when you try to hook, he's relatively easy to convince to turn in. You're not forcing him in, but he'll just turn himself in with you when you go there. So I don't know. Rob's definitely the favorite in that, but that doesn't mean I can't do it. Bowen, yeah, I think I can beat Bowen. Can you beat Ryan and RVJ on an IQ test? Well, not if they're honest. If their IQs are what they say they are, then no, they would beat me. Ever notice how Devin's arm in a defensive mode 98% of the time at table practice? Like, I'm pretty sure we already covered this. Like, am I like way wrong? Devin works there because he's stronger than everybody, so he just lets them work and he can absorb their energy, kind of thing. He just wants to get a lot of volume in. That's how he trains to get better. He's able to do a lot more arm wrestling without putting too much damage on his arm. One sec, guys. Okay. Ever tried BJJ? Well, I used to compete in jiu-jitsu tournaments and stuff. I've never competed in a gi division, just a no gi, but I've never competed in a tournament since I started to do actual BJJ. So like I do have a gi and I did do a lot of training in one, but I stopped competing when I started training. Actually, from the time I started training, I never did another competition. Frank, I know that part Irish and Evan is letting the show down sober as a judge. I'm not fucking sober. You know what, Marcus? If you want me to not be sober, why don't you fucking super chat in, make me shotgun a beer? Well, I can't shotgun because I only have bottles, but I mean, I could chug really fast. You have the power to change this, man. Don't put that shit on me. Sober as a judge. Don't be silly. I've never met a sober judge. They're always fucking hammered. Shooty Woot, yes. I have seen somebody poop their pants in arm wrestling. Shea Dickey against Crazy George. He used diuretics to help make weight, and he still had a bit of the squirty dumplings there. And he got on the table, hit that King's move, and he was just trying to get through it and pushing as hard as he can and squirted everywhere out of his pants. Big B or Big D, where'd that go? Fuck, I did it again. XRP, boom, with the super chat. Gotta go. Thanks for answering our cues. No problem. I enjoy. I really do enjoy hanging out and chatting with you guys. Have you ever seen Todd Hutchins with hair? I can't seem to find an image of it. I don't think he ever had hair. Big B or Big D, I'm confused. Well, I'm neither. Overwhelming. I had to have a pish. I did have to pee. Like you can't just drink and not pee. I didn't start drinking until like the live started. So I'm only like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 8 beers in. not sober, but I'm not allowed to drive. I could do a fine job of it. I'm just not allowed to. We need to see you on the table in some big matches. Could you beat Levon if you were not bald? I could beat Levon if he weighed what I do. Tom Holland for Alan. Alan would kill Tom Holland. Do you eat rice? I love eating rice. When I get stoned and I want to eat 5,000 of something, rice is my go-to move. I actually made a real big chicken fried rice tonight. Kids love it when I make chicken fried rice because I put 24 eggs in it just for like the extra protein and shit. And it tastes good. Didn't think it would be that way. IQ being crushed. I'm a thick constable. I'm not sure what you're referring to when you said didn't think he would be that way. Okay. Where am I now? Bald or ginger? Hutchins was a ginger. What are your current top 5 super heavyweights? Oh, hang on. I will get right back to that in a second. Send TJ to the liquor store. I don't want to deal with TJ. Oh, my Lord. Marcus, I am so glad you weren't here for TJ being here. That shit is ridiculous. Like, I can't deal with that guy too much. He drives me nuts. Current top 5 super heavyweights. Levin, Evan, Devin. No. Levin, Vitaly, Devin, Dave, Prudnick. I actually think Prudnick could beat Alex or Hermes. I know my boy Timmy was looking to put a whooping on Prudnick, but and I hope he could. I hope he does at some point, but I think Prudnick's a bad dude. All right. See, Frank, no more than 3 words. That has to work. Would you get hair plugs with Matt? No, and I don't have a Jada complex. I don't have alopecia. I'm just fucking bald. I just don't get why people got so upset about Chris Rock making a joke about her having alopecia. Did he even know she had alopecia? I didn't know she had alopecia. I don't give a fuck. I don't follow celebrities' fucking health problems. Whatever. I dated a girl that had alopecia when I was like in high school. I didn't even know. Whatever. Yeah, whatever though. Like seriously, how is it any worse making fun of her for being bald because she has alopecia, or making fun of me for being bald because my hair just stopped growing? I'll tell you the story about how all my hair fell out one day, and it's my wife's fault. So every now and then when I get drunk enough, I remember it. And, you know, we have to have a serious chat. All right. I already covered that super chat, so we're good to go. How do you need is a straw, and can you shotgun a bottle of beer? Come on, man. Look, yes, if you want to see me do it with a straw, it is even faster than without it, but it's not shotgunning. You know, for the shotgun, I need to put a hole in the other end, and that's just not the same. But yeah, I can chug a beer less than 4 seconds, just straight out of the bottle. I can chug it faster and you can dump it out. But you give me a straw and I can get it down to like 2 seconds. Yeah. But then I have to go upstairs and get a straw. That's a lot of work. And I end up super fucking hammered if I start like putting beers through straws. Now you got enough straws and beers involved that they end up being called nose beers, you know? Okay, chug it for $1.99, motherfucker. You're being rude. Maybe I'll go get the straw in a second. But for $1.99, I don't know. Evan doesn't identify as sober. Get your pronouns right, people. I don't. I actually tried out for the Olympics. I wanted to go to the Olympics in Greco-Roman wrestling, freestyle wrestling, judo, and boxing. all as a woman. They told me I haven't been on hormone therapy long enough. I can't just claim it. So apparently they pick and choose who they will or will not let be a woman in the Olympics. Whatever. Like, you haven't tested my hormone levels. How do you know? I drink enough beer that raises your estrogen. I probably got more estrogen in my system than most of these women. Fuck them. I just want to go compete. You know, it'd be an honor to compete for my country. Okay, Evan's getting the super fast. Look at you go. Okay, does Evan actually try and pin people in practice? He basically just hangs on unless you piss him off, in which case he will then pin you. But rather than that, he just holds on and lets you work. If you start testing him to the point where he needs to fight back really hard, he will start trying to pin then. Marcus, 3-word limit for show. Yeah. And yes, Billy Brown, that is Big B. No, Big B is his buddy. Yeah, well, I mean, my buddy's in the chat. He's the one that says use your pronouns properly. All you need is a straw and put it at the bottom. I know how to use the straw, Richard. Jeez. Just not doing it for $1.99. PD and RJ, I'm assuming you mean TJ, want to come over again. Well, I locked the fucking door. I'm not letting them in. Not tonight. I got to get up in the morning, get the kids to school. It's not happening. Big B it is. Oh, sub big man. What do you think about Larry's match? I think Larry needs to either take it seriously or get used to losing. Can you beat Devin? Yes, I can beat Devin using 2 arms. Absolutely. TJ would probably visit Tarzan's house first. Well, I hope so, but Tarzan lives 6 hours away. How do you think that Pork Chop and Brian will do against Toddzilla? Man, that's a wild card. I don't think Brian changes the equation at all. Either Pork Chop's got enough to get it done, or it doesn't matter. If Brian changes anything up whatsoever, it's because Pork Chop is so goddamn strong that Brian was able to get in there because Todd was getting tired. Frank, you would visit all the brothers and cuz never make Evan. I hope so. I really do hope that he visits everybody but me. Try Howler Head Whiskey. Never heard of it, but I will look that up. Monster versus Mike Toddzilla versus Monster. Probably Michael Todd. King's move is the way to go against Toddzilla, so I just can't see Todd being able to get through that. Not with his style of pulling. He's only got one real strong root, which is a great root against like everything but that. $1.99 cheap for a beer. Yeah, geez, $1.99 is way too low to chug a beer. It's less than the cost of the fucking beer. And I'm just wasting them. Rulick, only man who can kick ass, sing a song, and a ballad dance. It's not just that he can sing a song. I mean, when you're singing Bocelli that well, it's impressive. When was your last fight? And it's been so long ago. Fuck. 13 years? It's been a long time. Like I said, used to could. Don't could no more. And as far as not in a competitive setting, like just somebody gets out of hand, you got to sort them out. That would have been 11 years ago, and it sucked because I broke both my hands. Marcus, fuck yeah, all bros and cousins first. Poor Evan, beer later. Fuck them guys. I don't really want them hanging out. I got my friends right here with me now. When was your last fist fight? Got that? Makes me want to river dance. No river dance. Evan, just remember that you lost to Ryan Bowen when you were good and he was bad. Also chug a beer. Motherfucker. I was bad. I didn't have a beer. I didn't have a beard. I wasn't drinking beer. I wasn't even me. Get off of it. All right, so I'm going to chug this beer just because you guys keep going. Captain Melons found the bear video. Well, that's good. Commonwealth for judo. That's fucking awesome. Judo's badass. I hope you saw Ronda Rousey there and like played a little game of doorbell with her. Okay, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna go get that straw so I can show you guys how to fucking do this properly. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, time to set. Okay. Yeah, I would like an official ranking, even with several federations. All right. Clearly, I am wrong where I am in the chat. Just hold on, and I will catch up in the chat. And then I will get this facilitated. But it's frustrating that great champions don't play each other anymore very often. Well, it's just how it goes. Some people avoid others, and some people just want the best match they can get. And personally, although as a fan, yes, I would like to see Devin compete more. I understand the whole analytics of it and why you would spend so much time in between matches to get ready for a match. It's hard to have to just peak over and over and over again. Did I scare Gabi out of the arm wrestling scene? I don't think so, but I think he realizes that you can't just talk to everybody the way you want and do what you want and just be a douchebag. So, yeah. Okay, as soon as I get caught up here, I'm going to check this. Just settle down, guys. Sorry if I'm skipping shit. Dave showed how strong Toddzilla is. Yeah. Todd wasn't able to do much with Dave at the beginning of practice, but by the end, he was getting there. So showed his endurance was there, but he's definitely not strong. Hello, Beer Straw, my old friend. Yes, well, my Beer Straw and I haven't been friends in a long time, but now apparently we're getting reunited right now. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I got tiny fucking arms. I'm just like this little dude and I can barely flex. Like, they just get all jiggly and shit. You don't have to be. But I do have like a fairly good connective shoulder, so I can make good use of side pressure. If your shoulder for your internal rotation is good, your wrist has any containment or pronation, either one will get the job done, and your elbow won't let go. You don't need to have all of it. You just need to have the most important ones. It's like throwing a punch. You don't need to have big arms to throw a hard punch. Most of that comes from your hip. It's just released through your hand. Big arms are not that big of a deal. Right, I think I'm caught up. We're going to do this. So we open the beer. We take our straw. If you don't have a bendy straw, you can use a normal straw. Take a lighter to it and you just burn a hole in it, and then you will bend that over so that you still have a full air tunnel through the straw and it melts together around that corner. But a bendy straw works better because you can just bend it. You can't just bend a straw over at that angle because you won't have any airflow. So what we need to do, we put the straw in there just like that. I'm going to hang that straw at the side of my mouth so I have air coming in through the straw, shoving it to the bottom of the beer, so I don't have any type of vacuum trying to hold the beer and slow it down. It just shoots right out. So this gets pretty quick. So I'll just hold that so it can go at the side of my mouth. And then bottoms up. It does go pretty quick. Oh, man, I got a computer right in front of me. I should be able to figure out how to do this time, but whatever. Holy fuck, it's been a while. I don't remember how to hold this properly. Whatever. And that is like empty. So that is how you use a straw to really smash a beer quick. Physics teacher, beer man. No. I think that's kinesiology or plyometrics or something fancy. Maybe it's physics. Well, like I said, I haven't done that straw chug in a while, but that's definitely not the best I've ever done. It felt a little slower. I could definitely do better. I haven't done a straw chug in years. But in about 5 minutes, that's going to make reading a little bit tougher. Whatever. Hold on. I got the wife messaging me. I will be with you in 1 second. I'll let you guys just have a minute so you can rewind and watch that shit and be impressed at how fucking awesome I am. And then we'll get right back here. So, all right, now that you guys have had time to rewatch that, Levon will destroy Devin just like JV destroyed Devin. JV didn't destroy Devin. How can you say something stupid like that? That's just fucking dumb. But no. She ain't pissed. Look. She has known me for fucking 20 years. If she hasn't figured out that this is who I am by now, well, she definitely has. There's just no way you can spend 20 years with me and not know that this is who I am, how I am, it's what I do. So is what it is. She loves me for who I am. I agree. Just like Frank the Tank. Once it hits your lips, it's just so good. We had the Kings move JV every round and he still lost. How did he still lose? Like, when you say something like he had the Kings move every round, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. We know that he did Kings move him every round, but you don't know that he had to. Maybe he could have done a standing up. Did you know that he also had a torn bicep in that match? So maybe that had something to do with why he decided the Kings move. Yeah, just he doesn't make all these excuses. It took him a long time to get back on the table afterwards for a reason. Yeah. And how did he lose? Because I look at the official record of it and it wasn't a loss. Do I think I will ever be as good as Larry Wheels at weightlifting? You can't just stand there in front of me in a towel. All right, as long as you open it, we're good. Love you, Audie. Hey, honey. I think this super chat was addressed to you. They want you to come over here and drop your towel in front of the camera. I'm just kidding. That's not what it says. Marcus Thompson wants me to set up a PO box so they can send us beers from around the world for me to drink. Okay. Can you do that? I don't know how to do it. Yeah, I'll do it for you. Sweet. Love you. Gonna get a PO box set up. Were you talking to me or Marcus? You. Okay. I love you too then. Okay. Marcus, I'm pretty sure she loves you. Yes, that is the pink-haired woman from the Vice doc, but she no longer has pink hair. We went with a new color. It's like a bright silver with some like bluish purple tinges through it. It's pretty nice. I like it. No, wife's never pissed. Gavi versus Larry Wheels. Larry wins. Easy. Okay. Definitely lost to Todd and Saplinkov in the last decade. In super matches, well, he lost to John Brzenk in the finals when he was doing the 225 thing. And then when he just came back from his right arm surgery, he lost in the super heavyweights in the tournament to a couple of dudes. I don't remember one of their names offhand, probably because I'm drunk. But yeah, he's had a couple of losses in tournaments, but in super matches, right and left-handed, he's lost to me and Dennis left. Like how I threw my name right in there with these guys. And he's lost to Michael Todd right-handed in that one. And Michael Todd in the other one. He's never lost to Saplinkov right. When Pushkar got into that accident, so Saplinkov was supposed to pull Pushkar right and Devin left at that event. And when Pushkar got into that accident, Devin said, you know, well, like, it's a terrible thing that happened. Obviously, nobody wants to, you know, take advantage of somebody dying. But I mean, then again, we've still got an event that's got to go. And if you're still doing the event, Dennis isn't pulling right. I'm not pulling right. Why don't we pull right and left? And Dennis would not pull Devin right, only left. So, oh, Blake, if I missed your last super chat, I'm really sorry, dude. People are fucking paying me to chug beer. How much to butt chug a beer? With my current hemorrhoid situation, you couldn't afford it. I don't think Marcus could afford it. Also, I would never do it while already drinking. Do you understand what the alcohol absorption rate is? I've never tried butt chugging a beer. We could get my brother to do it for like considerably less. But the alcohol absorption rate basically is like a 180-pound man drinking a 24 of beers within a half an hour. Most people would die from butt chugging an entire beer. I wouldn't, but I'll be a fucking mess. But there's just no way I would. I don't think you could pay me enough to put a bottle up my ass with these hemorrhoids. All right, back to the chat. Oh. Blake just super chatted in back to back. Do it. I don't back to back. Do it. What? Could I take pork chop? Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? What does back to back do it mean though? What's your number one food, boss? Oh, fuck. I love my chimichangas. When the wife makes those, fuck, they're delicious. My favorite food to cook. I like doing this garlic butter shrimp with strip loin steaks. I do a fucking fantastic job of it. Although I'm allergic to shellfish and I can't eat the shrimp and I damn near died just from cooking it. I do love cooking it and watching them change color and like seeing the results of what I've done and knowing how good it is, even though I can't eat it, but everybody else eats it. And I like them telling me how good I am at it. Definitely got lost in the chat here. Fuck. Oh, where am I? Describe Rebecca Todd in one word. Look, Rebecca Todd. I actually am a big fan of Rebecca Todd. But I love the way that she bitch slaps Mike all the time, even in his fucking videos. I also like the way it's so easy to make Michael Todd snap and lose his shit by making fun of Rebecca, which is probably the reason. Thomas Miles, get the PO box and I'll send you a Savage handspring training device. That thing looks awesome as fuck. I don't know if you understand how expensive those are. Jesus. But if you're going to send one, I'll get that shit set up right away. Not lefty though, Billy. I am not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying there. I think Dave's going to beat Derrick, but I'm rooting for Derrick up. I really like Derrick. Oh. You can take pork chop with chips. I can eat a lot of pork chops. I don't know. Left-handed. Left-handed, I probably am number 3 in Canada. I would say Devin, SB, then me. I would need to pull SB to take the number 2 spot. I couldn't just take that number 2 spot from a guy like SB who's been there for so long without knowing for sure I deserve it. You and BLM, who's stronger, left and right? We both got spots. Left-handed, well, both hands, he's got more spots that he would be stronger in if we were to measure lifts. But that's generally the case against anybody I pull against, is that they're stronger than me in any individual lift. It's just when it comes to putting it together and forcing where the fight happens, I end up taking over. Left-handed, he's still probably stronger in most lifts, but my dragging pressure is just too much from all the hill left-handed. And then we match like everywhere else, but because I beat him in the drag, even though I can't out-rotate or cup him, and we end up like flat-handed against each other, because I've out-dragged him, the leverage I've gained when I decide we're just going to go side pressure, it's me. Right-handed, I've got like one lane that I'm stronger than I'm at, and that's it. He's like and the one lane I am stronger than him in, like I'm stronger, but by a little. Everywhere else, he's stronger by a lot. In a super match, if it was a full 6 rounds, he beats me either 5-1 or 4-2, probably, with me taking the first one or possibly 2 by being able to force it into my lane. And after that, I'll never be able to get in there again. Or even if I can get in there again, he's just so young and in such good shape that I don't have the juice to do anything with it. I can afford anything in the money slam. You can't afford me to put a beer bottle up my ass with these hemorrhoids, I'll tell you that right now. In the end, there are very few matches between these big names. Well, that's just how it works out, though. Like, you can't just pull every weekend. It's like the UFC. Like, you're just not going to be able to get these top guys fighting each other all the time. Like, they need time in between. Like, you get beat up. Yeah, our faces don't end up all marked up and cut up and stuff, but it's same kind of thing. Like, we just got too much damage. It takes time to recover. That's how it is. Number 1 food, pork chop. Evan, see my super chat? Oh man, did I miss another one? Fuck sakes. I'm sorry, guys. 200 euro and 100 euro shipping for the hand, waiting since Christmas for mine. Well, if you're getting it for 200 euro, apparently Sabin likes you better than me. Apparently I'm a dickhead to him. I can't beat whose pronation. Is that about Mulva Hills? Was it you that asked that? Oh man, I'm sorry. Like, I'm fucking this shit up. People are paying me to chug. Whose pronation can I not beat? Monster Michael Todd versus SB left. I think SB kills him. I think SB's going to kill him. Just got here. RVJ versus Dennis today. Natty versus not. Oh my God. Okay. So here's the problem. When you're talking Natty versus Natty, as soon as you become not Natty, you can never become Natty again. It'll just never happen. If you've ever taken a cycle, you can put on gains that'll never, ever be lost, right? You're not going to keep the whole gains. As soon as you get off the gas, you're going to go back down to close to what you were, but there's always gains that have been maintained. So Rob versus Dennis, Natty, Rob, yeah. Okay, where am I? Gennady beating Todd makes Devon's win against him mean little to nothing. Well, or maybe Devon's win is what put Mike into that like injury column, or maybe you're right. We're gonna find out because when Devon beat Mike, Mike was the man. When Gennady beat Mike, Mike wasn't. Maybe Devon's win against Mike makes Gennady's win less. Marcus Super Chat, get a postal box. Yeah, I read that, didn't I? Pretty sure I read that. I mean, I even talked to the wife about reading that. Yeah, a PO box. Like, are we not saying the same fucking thing here? I'm pretty sure we're saying the same thing. BLM versus Shaw gonna happen anytime. Yes, BLM and Chance Shaw are pulling June 4th or 5th. I don't remember the exact date, but in Sylvan Lake out near Red Deer, Alberta. We paid you enough to chug 3 beers at once at least. God damn it. So maybe I am missing super chats, but at this point, I think you guys are fucking with me and just saying I'm missing them. My question was, will you ever start your own promotion? Promotion of what? God damn it, Frank. We said we're getting it done. Can't ram, I'm drunk. Are you guys just fucking with me at this point? It seems like you guys are just fucking with me. €20 for what? God damn it. Would you beat Matt Mask left? 9 times out of 10, yes. Once in a while, Matt Mask left is just incredible. Arm wrestling promotion. We do run some tournaments, but I mean, as far as running a big one, it's tough. Oh, Blake, you're the one that sent the super chat in that said back to back. Second chug. Fuck. Okay, well, I just opened this one. Straw or no straw? So it should be like 10 seconds behind. I'm going to give you 10 seconds. Let me know. Yes. Now, I could definitely get into running an event where it's like you must get drunk to enter. Like we'll have a breathalyzer there. And if you don't maintain at least like a 0.15 alcohol level, you're not even allowed to pull. No, I just didn't get my beer at that one place that sells Bud Light as the cheapest beer. So if you're not saving any money, why buy a weaker beer? Doesn't make any sense. I get more alcohol for the same amount of money if at this place. So here we go. Okay. Dealer's choice. Well, you're the fucking dealer. You're the one paying. I'm ready to fucking chug. I'm either going to do it with the straw or without. I just want to know what the fuck Blake's saying. Pick one. It's not hard. It's not hard. In or not? All right. Well, I'm going to set these two right there. And as soon as Blake tells me straw or not, that bad boy is going to get smashed in. My boy Caleb is pulling Chance left in Sylvan Lake. If he does good and smokes Chance, maybe we get a super match with you and Caleb. Absolutely. I don't see why not. I'm not chugging beer through the nose. That was ridiculous. Without. Okay. Perfect. No straw. Set this bad boy away over there. And just, so full beer, not touched. Here we go. Done. All right. You guys, I'm positive at this point, are just fucking with me. No, I'm not butt chugging. I got massive hemorrhoid problems. Not going to happen. There is no way I could fit a beer bottle into my ass. Oh, these things are so fucking out of control. I can't even find where it is to stick that nozzle up there to fucking take medication. It's fucking wild down there, man. It's gross. Do you use a GIM? If you do, what kind of workouts do you do? GIM. You spelled bar wrong, man. Cloud was above the table facing Devin. Billy, there's no way I smashed that beer in 2 seconds. You're going to have to actually set that timer. I've been timed a lot of times, and 3.6 is like, that's the magic number, 3.6 seconds. Anything under 4 is really good, but 3.6, like, that's as good as you get. But when I do chug my beers, I don't leave like a bunch of fucking piss in the bottom of them. Like, it's the whole beer. I know how to do it. Beer man and pork chop. We've never done it when we're both ready to go. Would I come to PEI and do a super match with you? I will go anywhere to do a super match with anybody if it doesn't cost me money and I don't have other opportunities that I've already agreed to that aren't costing me money. So yes, I would. If you've got like accommodations for me, a place there, like I don't require some big fucking fancy Hilton motel or something, but like somebody got a spare room I can sleep in and we get my gas covered, I'll fucking be there. Oh, and my beer. It gets pricey though. My beers get pricey. But yeah, I'd love to go out there. I love being out in the East Coast. Those are my people. Like I've been across the country both ways, and the East Coast are just like way more fun to hang out with. Who gives a fuck if Todd was above the table facing Devin? If the rules weren't broken, fouls don't get called. A win's a win, man. Evan goes to the doctor and he says, take these 2 beers 10 times a day. You'll be better by the end of the week. But if I do that, that's like when my doctor tries to tell me to quit drinking and I got to go find a new doctor. Better start dealing blow and you'll cover the costs. Oh, geez. Don't get caught doing that, man. You get in a lot of trouble. Will you give Yannick a rematch? So if I don't have anything better lined up, so my schedule can go from empty to like really full really quick. And if I don't have something like good lined up for over the summer, Yannick and I will do a rematch. But it's going to be a lot more one-sided. You give me actually time to get ready, and I guarantee you that match, all 3 rounds are going to look like the first round. Yeah, my doctor tells me that he thinks I should quit drinking, and I tell him I think I should find a new doctor. It's just how it goes. Okay, all right. I got to piss. Chugging these beers. Oh, God. Oh, I think you guys are making me chug beers just so you can watch me grimace every time I stand up. Fuck you guys. But pulling Yannick again, yeah, I'll do it. I mean, I've pulled him in super matches before. Yannick's one of those guys that thinks he's going to beat everybody, and he just doesn't. And he wants to keep going again and again and again. Now, I don't hate the guy. I think he should stop trying to give high hookers his money, but he keeps offering it. And how are you supposed to say no to free money on an easy match? Yeah, the last round was a lot harder than I would have liked it to have been. But whatever is what it is. Okay, back in the chat, we got a super chat. Bill is chill. Next case on me, Evan. Well, Bill, you're a fantastic person. I would love a new case of beer on you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Where were we on the chats? Crazy George of today on PEDs. I have no idea if George uses them or not. No idea. How many half-ass chin-ups can you do? I can do full chin-ups, full range of motion. I don't know. I haven't. So what I do is I got this really like old school style house, and I got these cool crown moldings on like every doorway. So every time I come in through the living room, I reach up and I grab onto like it's a real thick crown molding on the top of my doorway instead of just like normal door trim that's only 3/8 of an inch or something. So I can actually, I've got like a 2.5 inch molding there. So I can reach up and just finger grab it like this. And I can bring my head up one side, down, head up on the other. I count that as 1. And I do 10 every time I come in and out of that. So to say I could do 20 chin-ups seems pretty doable. I know chin-ups, pull-ups, they're all different, but I mean, I'm flat fingering them and able to control my body weight in and outside. I don't think I'd have a problem doing 20. At 300 pounds, I could only do 5. So like bring it up 1. So it's like kind of doing 10, but I count it as 1 once I do both sides. I was able to do 5 at 300 pounds, and now I'm doing 10 every time I go by. So I don't know. I've never tried it on like a chin-up bar or something. Evan goes to Derrick. So we crossed that. You got the contract. Don't know what contract. Larry versus jar of dollar store green olives. Oh, fuck. Green olives. I fucking hate green olives, but I don't think they get tired as easy as Larry. Marcus Thompson, no, he does not sleep. He just stays up giving money to everybody on YouTube. You done that? You'll need that new doc. Yeah, well, fuck that guy. Okay, so now we are at this super chat. I caught up to there. Marcus Thompson. White Wolf, I'm a machine. Hit that bed soon. And Big Frank keeping it lit. Big Frank's always in these chats. And I still appreciate that case of beer. It makes me so happy. Evan, do you honestly believe Devin has a shot for 11? When did I ever say that I think Devin has a shot? I don't think Devin's going to win. I don't know why people keep asking me this. I don't think he's going to win. It's not just me hyping it. I think Levin's going to beat him. Oh, he does believe it because he's a drunkard. Well, that is correct and incorrect. I do not think Devin's going to win, but yes, I am a drunkard. I would have an official name in the town if we lived long enough ago. Just got home from work, have to be back in 7 hours. Well, then, Wolf, just fucking relax and have a beer. Well, one of those 500,000 cases, any one of those cases will supply you with at least one. Yannick is my bench warmer. Yes. Yeah, that's Yannick. Oh, I think he's still painting houses. Devin faced and above the table. Todd is weak above the table. No, Michael Todd, people saying, oh yeah, I fucking chugged that one. I need to get a different one now. Saying that he faced an over the table Todd and that's why he won, that's not the case. Todd has been better and better and better. His elbow doesn't open as far as it used to. So his full King's move, he's allowed to, he can stay above the table in WAF rules like he always has. He beat Pushkar standing above the table, not breaking these rules. That's not the problem. Devin controlled his hand. I don't know if Devin hurt his hand or if his hand was fucked already, and that's why he's not as good as he used to be. But if Michael Todd's pronation is not good enough and he gets it turned all the way over, he's not going to be able to hang on. You'll get too much pressure on it and either stand up or let it break. Oh, okay. You guys are having a conversation that is with each other, not with me. So the fix is poor to super chat tonight with Engen on. Oh man, listen, Engen. Depending on how many beers I've had, he's either fun or not. When I really decide I want to piss him off, he can be a lot of fun. If I still have to do driving, not so fun. You should do a seminar sometime. Be nice to have a small class and get some education. Guys, I'm not going to put a seminar on where you got to pay to come, but anytime anybody wants to come arm wrestle with us, I will just ask questions. I will teach you whatever the fuck you want to know. And it's like, just show up to practice with us. And I love doing it. What? You sent 200 euros into fucking Neil pickup, Marcus? Really? No, and I'm coming on tonight. You spent all your money on fucking Neil pickup. God damn it, Marcus. Fuck, man. No, Neil pickup's awesome. I love watching this shit. But that chat gets just so wild in there. There was like 11 or 1,200 people when I got in there. Like, it's really hard to get any talking in. Like, yeah. Am I bald? No, I have some hair over here on the sides. How much do you get from YouTube ads on average? Man, you were asking questions above my pay grade. I don't do it. So I had a guy that was doing all of the editing and following the YouTube. Like, I just be me, and somebody films me and puts it on, does all that stuff, and they pay attention to all that. Not my jam. But it really depends. Like, when I have Devin on the show, like when Devin comes down and we do some matches and shit like that, those ones get a lot of views. They pay more, but I don't know. Wolf, I thought we could have taken the piss out of Ray, but they were busy talking arm wrestling. Well, that's always going to happen on a serious channel. It's always way easier to get fucking into the nonsense over here. Oh, look at that. 125 viewers, 190 likes. This is a really good ratio. Oh, I fucking skipped through the chat again. Yes, I'm bald. Coach Ray. Heading back to those cases in 7 hours. Wolf, you got to send me some of those cases. And Cell 5. No, I do not think you can beat Levin. Probably not on anything if you would ask something like that. Did you say over the table, Todd? Wow. I don't know what PMSFL means, but pissing myself fucking laughing. I think I know what it means. I think. Let me know if I was right. But yeah, Michael Todd doesn't need to be under the table. He only goes under the table on the winning side. I think he's got a bad rap built up on that. Todd went lower versus Plankov. Right. On the winning side, he goes low. On the losing side, depending on the rules, like, they just tell you to stand up. You saw how low Kadeka went on the weekend, and every time he went too low, they told him to stand back up. The fouls that he got were not for being too low. The fouls that he got were for his elbow coming off the back of the table. As long as they tell you to get up, you get up, you drop back down. You can just do it forever, and it's not a foul. Oh, saving it for Tuesday, Marcus. Well, fucking just, hey. Not Neil Pickup. Fuck that guy. He won't even have me on his show. Just tell Neil Pickup, Marcus, you're not super chatting in anymore until he has me on his show. Well, nope. Sorry, man. Is revenge on you? That is, I don't know what that means. Neil is such a man whore. Well, if Neil's dick is anywhere near the size that he says it is, why wouldn't you be a whore? Pay grade ain't enough on YouTube. Well, I do have beautiful side hair. Dude, my hair used to be so awesome. So here's the deal. I was like 20 years old, and the wife decided she wanted to dye her hair black. She was, this teenager emo goth thing, whatever. So she dyed her hair jet black. And then she's got some hair dye left over. She's like, hey, let me dye your hair black. I'm like, I don't care. You're the one's got to look at me. I don't fucking spend any time looking at myself. You want to see me with black hair? Go ahead. So she dyes my hair. We wait to 20 minutes. Like, okay, well, go shower, wash that shit out. I go shower, I wash that shit out. You get out of the shower. I don't know if you guys are men, but normally when a man gets out of the shower, dries his hair, and then he comes down and dries off his body. When I dried off my body with that same towel, I looked down. Now, I didn't grow any body hair when I was young. Like, none. I barely even have armpit hair still, and I'm like 40. Starting to get some on the back and the shoulders, though. But, like, I'm just not a hairy fucking dude. It's all on my face. So I dry off my hair, dry off my body, and my body is covered with this long black hair. I'm like, what in the fuck is going on? All my hair just fucking fell out and never came back when she dyed my hair when I was 20. Never seen or heard anyone talk bad about Neil. Now, I love Neil. Don't get me wrong. But he hasn't had me on his show, so fuck him. Did you ever play any other sports? I wrestled. I played rugby. I was pretty good with that. We didn't have football when I grew up. I played a lot of softball because, the ball gets tossed at like 6 miles an hour, fucking 6 to 12 foot arc, and you can just smash the fuck out of it. And then you don't have to run. You can just like walk around the bases. It's way easier. So as far as sports went, I played hockey like as a teenager, but kind of can't skate, so it wasn't really my thing. I was a pretty good goalie, but you can't hit people when you're a goalie, so I didn't really like it that much. I much preferred one-on-one combat style sports, so I wrestled a lot, and then I tried to do boxing, but my boxing coach thought I was too overzealous, if you will. So we butted heads on that. Maybe I'll tell you the story about why I had to leave the boxing gym someday. Okay, so fuck. Okay, play sports. What's the story of the first time you got shrunk? I don't know what shrunk is. What is shrunk? Devin is so good at making these live streams interest with his defensive combative conduct. Well, that's Devin. Devin's he's his own type of guy, man. The truck is on the way. Too bad Canada requires vaccine quarantines, etc., and so on. Double stupid Nova Scotia. Yeah, well, Nova Scotia's fucked on that. The whole East Coast is really bad with that shit. Arm wrestling junkie. Fantastic. One warning and keep dropping. Bard. Evan, now my manager. Wow, I can spend your money better than you can, apparently, Marcus. All right. Was the King's Move rules changed any, or is everyone just adjusting to what Todd was doing? Basically, you've always been allowed to do the King's Move. You're just not allowed to drop below the table on the losing position. And Mike's been getting better at it. George got better at it. George he always pulled WAF and stuff and like the same rule set. He just never got fouled for being below the table. Yeah, he laid out on it, but he wasn't below the table. He wasn't breaking the rules. Everything else is just people crying, and then people started learning how to fight against it. That's it. Don't try that, Manjana. Okay. It is really difficult to keep up with chat sometimes. And when I get falling behind, people are talking about things that I don't understand because, I'm drunk and I can't remember 6 chats ago, but that's how it goes. Aussie Jake looking on to the Fix as well. 3 favorite shows: Fix, Maximum Bang, and Bad Company. I love the Aussie arm wrestler. I tune into his shit a lot. I love watching Uncle John stuff. Neil Pickup is awesome. It's hard to watch the Fix sometimes. It's funny when Ray gets all fucked up and he's on mushrooms or he's drunk or something. Paul Lynn is a great dude. I will talk to Paul Lynn anytime. Awesome dude. But the entertainment factor with him is a little low. If you're looking for serious conversation, Paul's a great guy. But as far as entertainment goes, not my top jam. Ryan Bowen, hard to listen to him say anything on the internet. Neil would be fantastic if he were to come on here with me and just get a little jammed up. have some fun, fucking let loose, relax, dude, relax. We do this for fun. How are those hemorrhoids? Not great. Not great. Stop this and talk arm wrestling. Well, look, I talk about what you guys talk about. That's how it is. Okay, ever been to Ireland? Well, I mean, no, I've never been overseas. I would love to, though. I mean, mother was a McNamara. The Irish blood's there somewhere. I mean, that's probably why I drink so much. What's the story on the first time you got drunk? Oh, well, that actually is a fun one that would get me way behind on the chats. I will come back to that if I get caught up. But it did involve playing hockey when I was young. You meant lost in another language? We didn't know. Don't drop the angle. Tiny king move looks strange like arm break. Tiny's got a good king's move. I've pulled super matches against Tiny's. Babies come from their mother's bellies who get delivered by a stork and then they come out their butts. Yeah, Jake and John are live now on the hot tag. And when I get off here, I'm going to hop on there and just check out their numbers. I'm hoping they did break 30 live viewers at one time. I'm a bouncer at a sports bar. I put the standing rear naked choke on a racist dude started fights last night, just like you did on your birthday. Well, TJ's not racist, but yeah, sometimes it's you got to choke somebody. I bounced for 10 years, and I've never had to hit anybody while bouncing. And I've only ever had to actually strangle somebody twice in 10 years. Normally, I get a hold of them and let them know that this is going to go badly if they want to fuck around, but I've got a very specific technique that I use just in bouncing, but it's kind of like an adaptation of the chicken wing from freestyle wrestling. And so I basically like chin locked them and I hook my elbow behind their shoulder blade so their chin gets cranked over their head one way. And then I come up under their elbow and onto their shoulder on this side. So I crank the chin this way, hook onto the shoulder while I got their arm pinned back. And if they really want to get frustrated and start like squirming around, I will crank my elbows out and they just kind of get spread out. And generally they realize I should stop. I relax pressure and I say, look, I'm going to walk you to the door. If you walk with me, this is going to be easier for both of us. They generally relax. I don't really want to hurt somebody for getting drunk. You know, they got too drunk. They need to fucking leave the bar. But I don't have a reason to hurt anybody. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't like hurting people. So at that point, when I explain this to them, they usually relax. I relax and we just walk to the door. I don't let them go, but we walk to the door comfortably. I did have one individual that decided he wanted to start punching overhead and he punched me right in the fucking mouth. I've only been punched 3 times in my 10 years of bouncing. I've had a lot of people try to punch me, but only 3 of them have ever succeeded. And this is one of them. And yeah, it wasn't super hard. It was like there, but it made me angry that he punched me in the mouth when I was being nice. It was when I relaxed and said, look, you calm down, I calm down. Let's just walk out the door and stop. And then he punched me in the face. So I switched from his chin onto his neck, let go of this arm, put it in. And he fell asleep. His girlfriend was like super mad. And then I told my brother, like, hey, just grab his fucking foot and drag this piece of shit out of the bar. The guy woke up as he was getting to the door. So he kind of like picked him up, turned around and like just booted him out the door. And he opened the door with his face. And he wasn't too happy about it, but whatever. He shouldn't have. Don't swing at bouncers, man. It's rude. It's rude. Beer Man versus Coach Ray. I'd crush him. I'd crush him. TJ versus Thor boxing. You know what? TJ, my cousin. I would never let him sign up for that. That would be so bad. Marcus Thompson, Roadhouse was a documentary about Evan Burgoyne and Chuck Norris took notes. Well, the problem is that they had Sam Elliott playing my part, except he's this crippled old man with a bum knee and can't actually fight. And they needed Sam Elliott to do a better job in the fight scenes for that movie to have been better. Smo, Evan as cooler telling bouncers be nice. Well, always, always, always. So I used to be a shit pump as far as bouncers were concerned in the area. I was like 18, 20 years old. We didn't have much to do in a small town, but go to the bar on a Friday night. So we go to the bar and like, look, I'm either looking to fuck or fight, and nobody brought their sisters. So, knuckle up. And well, it's just whatever. I grew up in a small town and there was nothing to do. So we got into a lot of fist fights. It was all consenting. Nobody was getting like kicked in the head or anything like that. People would just fight, right? Like it was accepted between two guys that wanted to do it back then. So when I started bouncing a few years later, all of a sudden, some of the bouncers were like, no, I don't want Evan bouncing with me because he's just going to start problems. And I'm like, dude, I'm not 18 anymore. I got kids. I'm working weekends to make a little bit of extra money to buy diapers for my kids. It's not like that. And then the first time a big fight breaks out at the bar, I get called over by the owners afterwards. And they're like, wow, you're like the only bouncer that didn't even throw a punch tonight. I'm like, well, you don't need to throw punches at drunk people. Just control the situation. I didn't like working with the rest of those bouncers that just wanted to fight. Alan Ford is actually one of my favorite bouncers to work with. No need to throw punches. He can talk a situation down. Generally, he sees it and intervenes and talks that shit down before it even gets started. He was just fantastic to work with as a bouncer. Also, he doesn't like sitting still. So he was like cleaning up bottles and changing garbage bags and shit all night. But when last call comes, it's like, everybody get the fuck out. Alan's already done all the work. I could just go home. It was great working with Alan. No. I was never allowed to drink at bars that I bounced at. Because, yeah. By the time I started bouncing, I didn't ever drink at bars anymore. I don't like being around a whole bunch of stupid drunk people when I'm drinking. Unless they're like, it's all a friendly scenario. So, yeah. There was one incident where, so I live in a small town and they opened a bar and I don't know how you can say this without like breaking YouTube rules or whatever, but they opened this bar that was for whatever, I'm just gonna fucking say it. So they opened a gay bar in town here, and this is a small town community, and they were really, really worried about backlash on this. So they called me up and they said, hey, would you be willing to work at a bar like this? I'm like, yeah, why not? Like, oh, you're not gonna have a problem? I don't give a fuck what anybody does. Like, do what you want to do. It's your business. But I mean, you're hiring me as a bouncer. My job is to make sure that people aren't just getting beat up for no fucking reason. I'm not letting anybody fight in the bar. That's my job. Yeah, I don't care. It's fine. So we ended up in a few scenarios where people were trying to get beat up over their choice of lifestyle that we had to get into some hairy scenarios over. But this particular evening, there was, I wasn't working and my little brother was, Tarzan. And he calls me up and he's like, yo, man, Evan, there's like a few really big dudes just walked in. They're real drunk and they're being extremely aggressive towards our normal crowd. I'm like, all right, well, I mean, I'm drunk, but I'll be down there in a minute just in case fucking shit gets out of hand. You need me. So I get down there and yeah, they were being dickheads. So instead of letting the bouncing staff do what they do, I'm just like, you know what, man, I don't care. I'm not wearing a bouncing shirt. I don't have to follow the rules. I just went over and told these guys they have to leave and they didn't like it. So it turns out that my brothers that were working had to take off their staff shirts and I was actually the problem. But those guys never came back. So it worked out. All right, back to the chat. I did bounce while arm wrestling, but not for long. Shortly after starting arm wrestling, I stopped bouncing. I actually met Alan and Carnegie Grippler through bouncing. So that's, if I would have never bounced, I would have never found arm wrestling. Okay, so where am I? Right here in the chat. Evan, that's cooler. Yeah, we got that one. You're a good man, Evan. That's exactly how it's done. Best movie. My favorite movie is Braveheart or maybe Tombstone. Doesn't happen often. Bar fights with bouncers. I just never hit anyone either. Just the one choke last night and dragged him to the door. I told him to listen up. And yeah, man, well, that's just how it works. You don't really need to hurt people if you don't have to. I just picture Thor hammer fisting down on TJ's head. Yeah, no. TJ would not be good for Thor. Thanks for your bouncer stories. I can relate well. Yeah, Evan versus Schoolboy in a boxing match. There's no way Schoolboy would sign up for that. So glad you can moderate. White Wolf, I'm as much dedicated. Billy, fuck, all you gotta do is ask. You want that fucking little wrench there? As long as you're not abusing things, I don't care. Fucking anybody can sign up. Like, whatever, man. In the USA, nobody fights. Everybody has a gun. That might be half the problem. Sometimes people need to realize that you will get punched in the mouth for crossing lines. I mean, you're not allowed to fight here anymore either. It was much, much different 15 years ago. But yeah, 100%. You're there, give people nice, right? Shimwaza, a few people. Yes, you choke a few people and they learn. Bouncing in a small town trickier than a big cities? Yes and no. Well, in small towns in Canada, we don't have guns. You don't really worry about knives a whole lot either. So, yeah, big cities tend to get a little scarier when there's a lot more guns and shit like that. Oh, so you don't like being around stupid drunk people. What about being around stupid sober people? Look, if I'm the drunk one, I don't give a fuck what anybody does. I got a little bit of social anxiety where, I just don't like being surrounded by people. It's generally why I end up being the drunkest guy there. As soon as I get hammered, I don't care what anybody's doing, as long as they don't touch me, or the guys that I'm with. Like, I don't care. So I just get drunker than most people most of the time. If I'm drunk around a bunch of sober people, I don't give a shit. Drunk, I don't care. I bounced for years. The fight would always start at the pool tables. A couple of times that's happened, yeah. Evan turns up to a gay bar first day to bounce. The owner hands him a Paul in tank top. I'm not kidding, man. I used to love that bar. It was so much fun working there. I swear to God. I don't give a fuck what you guys think. I am me, and people watch my channel because I am me. So when I was working at that bar, man, I'm telling you, they had these drag show nights, right? And the first time I ever had to work one, I was a little like, I don't know what the fuck to expect, right? I've never been around this. But I'm telling you, that is some of the funniest shit you will ever hear, is when those drags get up there and start telling their jokes and their stories. It's fucking hilarious. The downside to working there as a bouncer is you're sober and you're getting hit on a lot by people you don't want to get hit on. And you try to explain to them, like, look, I just work here. Stop. Bounce them on his lap. Wow. I suppose that's one of those jokes that you're gonna have to deal with, and why I didn't start telling the story. You know what, Desperate Pinocchio, you're the reason that fucking you ruin all these good stories for everybody else, because you make fun of me, and I'm a softie and I don't like getting made fun of. Yeah, that's how I got into arm wrestling, was bouncing with Ian and Alan. No, you don't call control. I'm assuming I said something that made you say this. I don't know. Derrick is a bouncer at a strip club. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Derrick's really the same. Like, I think those guys are more just based on size. I really don't think Derrick was bouncing the way that I did. I don't think Derrick's had the extensive training. I actually literally had to run a bouncing course for all of the bouncers around my area, where I would teach them how to physically both defend and incapacitate people. Well, just like stop them from being able to hurt you, and just like be able to handle drunk people. Like, you don't have to hurt them to make them leave. It's not that difficult. They're drunk. Beer Man, do you think 2014 prime Dave Chafee could have pinned Levon? 2014 was not prime Dave Chafee, though. In 2013, he got his hand bested back by Alan Ford. In Ireland, all our guns buried in a field. Well, I don't think that's a good thing either. I think people should be allowed to have guns, but you shouldn't be able to carry them to a bar. I think that's just stupid. I worked door with my brother as well. One night, chainsaw comes through the door. Oh my God, small town. We did have a chainsaw incident where once all of the patrons got the fuck out of there and the bar staff got the fuck out of there, I told the owner, you can stay if you want. I don't give two fucks about the bar tabletop. He can cut the fuck out of it. Call the cops. That's not my problem anymore. I'm not going to fight a guy with a chainsaw. All right. I'm only 2.5 hours late. What's happening, beer girl? Oh, well, fuck you very much, but thanks for joining. Oh, not happening. Oh, stupid drunk people sober up, but stupid sober people remain stupid forever. That's exactly it. So I don't try to give drunk people too hard of a time, but there's lines that you're not allowed to cross. Like hurting people, doesn't matter if you're drunk or not. If somebody needs to get hurt, it's the one forcing that decision on others. Yeah, well, they wake up sore, but they're the ones that made that choice. Maybe they should learn to either control themselves or not drink so much or whatever, but you can't let somebody else get hurt because you drank too much. Okay. Longer version of a short version? I don't know. Probably me fucking over talking about dumb stuff. Do you get high? A little John is best after an arm wrestling workout. I still do smoke weed, just not as much as I used to. I made some great fucking hash, and I tend to use that as much as I can. Last night, the fight started in the bathroom. Oh my God, working at that particular bar, it was called the Campers. And we had a couple of girls in town that used to love coming to this bar. I guess they were friends with some of the other regulars. And a lot of people got mad at me when these two chicks started going at it on the dance floor. And I don't mean going at it by fighting. I mean, their clothes were coming off, but they weren't being violent. And I have to go stop them. Like, well, yeah, wouldn't I want to see it? Sure. Who doesn't want to see it? But I'm not allowed to let anybody do that. Like, so I got to stop them. They got whatever. They got all mad. I got clawed up a little bit. But those same two girls, I used to have to remove from the bar like every fucking weekend because they ended up like in the bathroom. I literally had to put like Vaseline on the top of the toilet tanks because those girls fucking getting out of hand. And then they got all mad at me and said I owed the money. I'm like, well, you can fuck yourself on that. And then I had to throw them out repeatedly for like banging dudes in the bathroom. Like I just don't. Some people are just problems, and it's not always the guys. Oh, Alan was the moderator while bouncing. Yes, he was. Okay, I'm going to try to get caught up in this chat here. Worked solo night for the big hotel in Mexico City, biggest bar in town. Learned how to corral drunks to their rooms quite well. Wow. It doesn't take that much, though. Drunk people can usually be convinced unless they get into a rage, in which case sometimes they need a good choking. What a good stream. Well, I had fun during it. Dave Chafee, 6 or 7 probably in the world right now. Being a bouncer now is probably rough. Everyone wants to sue. I never had to hurt people, so it wouldn't have mattered. Stupid drunk people. I already read this super chat. How is that just popping up now? That doesn't make sense to me. Set that down. What's good? Evan, what's up, man? I bounced the college bar. It was a lot of fun. Shattuck. Yeah, college bars bouncing was fun. I gave college bouncers a reason to have a job for a lot of years. New nickname. I am not Big B. That's one nickname I will never have. What's good, Evan? Well, yeah. I YouTube. That's what I do. Apparently people like listen to me get drunk and just talk shit, so I do it. Yes, Wolf, we should make a load of these, even ones making you go paint houses. You know, painting houses is important. You won the Hammer 2014, 2015. Who won the Hammer 2014, 2015? Did I get so far lost in the chat that I don't? All right, Callie, you're going to have to chat back in and let me know exactly what it is you're talking about. Have you ever watched Sopranos? I actually haven't watched that show. 2015, you won the WAL 2014, 2015. I don't think the WAL started by 2014. I think you're a little early on that. Yeah, he had neck problems, but he was still just incredible. I think it was whenever he started having tremor problems. Enforcing the rules you used to break all the time. Yeah, I get it, man. As long as you're not like pushing people too hard, like, yeah, drunk people are gonna be drunk. Just deal with it. Is what it is. Just got on first review, not fighting someone with a chainsaw. Yeah, I'm not fighting anybody with a chainsaw, dude. If I was allowed to tell half the stories that I have, YouTube would never let me do it. But yeah. White Wolf, I don't understand how this super chat's so down here. Stupid drunk people sober up, but stupid sober people remain stupid forever. I'm positive I read this chat. Did you say the same thing earlier and not super chat it? And I just read it and now you super chatted it? If that's the case, thanks, but I did already read it. I'm sure I already read it. Forgot I haven't super chat. Oh, that probably is. Wolf, that need go up behind Evan on wall. I'm actually getting rid of this banner. I'm going to put the OVHH one behind me here this week. So I don't want to write on my new banner. But yeah, I do agree with that saying is definitely a fucking real thing. Larry's going to have to pull, Evan. If Larry wants it, I'll be ready. Just let me know. Okay, no. He is fucking with me. He super chatted after saying it. Dave won the Hammer in 2014, 15. Maybe, but I didn't think there was WL 14, or maybe that was their first season. But I think Dave's prime was, 15, 16. That's it. No, now I know you're fucking with me. You guys just overdid it. I know I've read that at least twice and it's been super chatted. Best move is approach with hands up, then kick them in the chest when you are in range. Now, man, I would prefer to have my hands in my pocket. I don't want to, let people know that I'm here looking for a problem. I want to diffuse the situation. I don't want to have to fight anybody. And if I do have to fight them, I don't want them to know the fight's happening before it starts. It's a lot easier to start the fight without them knowing than it is to just get involved in the middle of a fight. Ranks on. Good shit, Evan. Always good times. Take care, buddy. Don't Big B, your background is good. Hello, Mr. Beerman. Greetings from Denmark. What's up? Denmark. Where the fuck is that? Just kidding. I know where Denmark is. You think Derrick will be able to pin Dave? I don't. I got Dave winning straight sets, but I really hope Derrick can get it done. And I would love it if Derrick can get it done more than once. Hermes watched The Sopranos every night. Never out of fridge, Mr. Gabagool. Fuck Hermes. Fuck that guy. That guy just seems like the most condescending prick ever. Evan, you should get a post office box and have an unboxing day like Devin. I bet you'll get way crazier stuff. I hope so. I just want all of the beers. Fucking love beers. All right, now that I'm finally caught up, look, you guys have been going way too hard in this chatting thing. Like 117 people still here. Probably going to shut it down shortly. I was supposed to stop like an hour ago. But I haven't even been able to light a cigarette or have a fucking beer in like 20 minutes because you fucking guys. You just talk way too much. And sometimes you ask questions that remind me of things, and then I talk way too much, and I don't get a chance to smoke or drink. Emperor Commodus and the Gladiator. I thought that was a great movie. Fantastic. Gotta say, I'm impressed how you could hold your own against Devin. Well, I could not the last time we pulled. That's for goddamn sure. If you've seen Roadhouse, the key to bouncing is the ability to rip throats out and do the splits. I much prefer the take a knee out and the be nice until it's time not to be nice over throat ripping and splitting. But you don't ever need to rip somebody's throat out as long as you can close it off for a few seconds. They'll fall asleep, and a sleeping person is not hard to deal with. Cody, I'm gonna literally stop reading anything you ever type in. Denmark has the best beers in the world. Well, Super Say, why don't you send me some Denmarkian beers? You're flipping awesome. I'm assuming you were talking to somebody in the chat. That told the wolf, need to get professional. Fuck professional. I do what I want to do. Arm wrestling junkie. If you would have super chatted that in, I would have agreed with you. But no, I'm not top 20 in the world. No. Unless you're talking about drinking or trash talking, in which case, yes. All right, money slam and a good lawyer manager. You know what? Having a money slam and a lawyer gives me the ability to do some really dumb things. Is he really going that strong now? Just how? Not sure what you mean. Evan, my new manager. Well, you know, Marcus, just run your decisions by me first. Just let Neil know with one last super chat if you have to. No more super chats until you have Evan on. I bet you Neil has me on there within a week. Oh, Billy Brown, Oakley Dogley. We got Flanders in the chat. Sure, mate. Okay. Stizzy, you beer girl, not chat. Laugh out loud. All right, Stizzy. Good to go. Never wear skinny jeans while bouncing. I will never wear skinny jeans while doing anything. I will never wear skinny jeans. Couldn't do it. No, Evan's a terrible manager. I am full of bad ideas. I got a whole book full of bad ideas. We never got heard on the fix. We need a shout out here. Well, I fucking love you guys shouting in here all the time. I have a great time with you guys just hanging out, fucking shooting the shit. You guys ask me dumb questions, and then I get into these dumb fucking rants about stupid shit. But I enjoy it. Evan, I save $4K a year rolling my own cigs. Also a good forearm workout, cranking the machine. Well, I crank on myself all the time, so I get lots of workouts. You are super cool. Well, thank you. 300, Marcus, settle the fuck down, buddy. Tesh would smash you, Evan. That is not true. Tesh would smash like just about everybody, but fuck that guy. Top 50, yeah. I mean, in arm wrestling, but drinking and trash talking, way over. Evan not only keeps up with super chats, he keeps up with every single chat we make in here. Well, guys, look, I appreciate the super chats. I really do. I love them. Like they pay me, you know. And when all I do for a living is drink beer on YouTube, that's kind of important. But yeah, I love just hanging out with you guys. So I try to read every chat when I can when I'm just doing a, you know, Q&A one-on-one type deal. It's a good time. I enjoy this every bit as much as I do the shows where I don't get to read the chats as much. Yes, I'm aware that Denmarkian is Danish. I like to be an idiot when I can. What's your favorite cigarette brand? I don't have a favorite cigarette brand. Cigarettes are terrible. I wish they would just ban them for everybody forever. You saw a guy throw diesel at a beehive. Fantastic, Cody. I know I said I wouldn't respond to you anymore, but I once watched a guy standing in the middle of a bonfire dumping an entire 20-liter can of diesel all around him and then light a cigarette and then realize how dumb what he just did is and then left. And I was just standing there waiting to see. He's like, you gonna light a fire? Oh, another bud on me. Cheers from Brazil. Thank you, Vinicius. Belgium is the biggest country in the world for different beers. Fact. I don't think Belgium's that big of a country. Ryan Bowen wears skinny jeans. Not even kidding. You know what? I believe that because it's Ryan fucking Bowen. Not a bad dude, but fuck, I don't want to be Ryan Bowen. That's for goddamn sure. Get Big B more Montaigne. What the fuck? I don't understand. Like, that's not even a grammatical error. I just don't understand the words you're using, even the individual ones now. Yeah, super chats, stupid chats. I love them all, man. Like, I have a good time. You know, I think that's the difference between me and a lot of the guys that do the YouTube stuff. I literally do it because I enjoy doing it. Like, I have a great time. Evan, just saying, F the major tobacco companies, save some coin, roll your own, bro. Yeah, I mean, I know how to roll. Like, I don't even need the machine. Like, just spin them up. Like, oh, pet hates, we want, hear you rant. Okay, well, that's a problem with the, what's the problem with me understanding what the fuck you're saying again? Pet hates, we want, hear you rant. Still can't make sense of that. Bone rematch, yes, we're trying to get that done for the fall if we can. I have subbed. You're an awesome dude. Well, Super Save, thank you. I need to piss again. That chugging beer thing is caught up. Needs to go. What comes in must go out. So I'm gonna have to figure out where the fuck I was in that chat when I get back there. Because standing over here, can't read shit. I can turn the computer around so that I could try to read, but it's too far away, and then you guys would have to watch me peeing in a bucket. That's not cool either. Also, I think I started from a very dehydrated state because this bucket smells terrible every time I pee in it now. I can't wait till this show's over so I can go and empty that. Oh, well, this is going to be fun. Oh, I love sitting down. It's so much fun. All right, where was I in the chat here? Yeah, love the super chats, stupid chats too. Cigars. Yeah, I love cigars. Reminds me of the first time I got caught smoking. I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to tell that, and I'm not drunk enough to tell that story tonight. Thank you for subbing. Skull. Yeah, no, I chew. I definitely chew. I do plan on quitting smoking very soon. And I will probably be using my skull. Well, not skull, but Stokers. I like that. It's I like it better. Don't tell Evan I super chat Ryan. I definitely need a manager now. Marcus, you can super chat whoever the fuck you want. I think it's incredible what you do for all of us, buddy. It really is. Yeah. But Ryan, I'd rather you super chat Neil. Neil doesn't even read your shit when you super chat, but Bowen? How can you be an Evan fan? Cheer for the beer man. Super chat Bowen. Fuck, man. All right, just saying, with a tobacco roller machine, I can roll a 20 pack in 2 minutes or less of a hassle. I got nothing else to do, buddy. I could sit here and just drink beer and roll my own cigarettes all day. Honest to God, I spent all day when I got suspended from school for getting into a fist fight. I had to go hang out at grandma and grandpa's house, and I spent all day either walking to the store to buy grandma more bingo tickets, which definitely wasn't legal, but as long as I had a note from grandma, they sold it to me anyways, and rolling cigarettes for grandpa. So I've been rolling cigarettes for a long time. I know how to do that. Was you working with Neil had a stream? Yeah, Neil had a good stream. It was a centennial tonight. He had some good guests on there. It was awesome that Uncle John was on the Neil's centennial. Not big country, but their bars have the biggest variety of beers. Yeah, no. Definitely. Canada is not up to par with that. I actually did a roof for a guy that was on the UK national rugby team. And, we finish up the roof and, it's hot. We're sweaty, whatever. We get down off the roof. We're all done. We finished early that day. And he calls us into the house. He's like, you boys want a beer? I'm like, well, fuck. Yeah, it's hot as shit out. I would love a beer. And he's like, well, what do you like? I was like, yes, please, is my answer. So he pulls out like this list of like fucking 20 beers. And by list, I mean, he lined them all up for me. And I'm like, I don't know, let's try that one. So he takes the beer, dumps it into the mug, and then he puts it in a fucking oven. I'm like, man, I want a cold beer. Like, it's fucking hot out. I don't want to drink a hot beer. But so he gave me a cold beer, like a Bud or something. And I drank that while we were waiting. And then from there on out, he would just put a new type of beer into this oven and heat them up because they taste better that way. And as long as I'm not hot and sweating and shit, those fuckers are on to something. Those beers were delicious. What the heck is wrong with you sitting down? You worked legs yesterday? No, I don't work legs every day. I have a massive hemorrhoid problem currently for like the first time in my life. And my asshole hurts. So, like, when you've got a half a dozen golf balls hanging out of your asshole, sitting up, standing, walking, everything sucks. People smoking marshmallow paste now. Cody, fuck off. I still have dreams with that bear you killed. Well, he doesn't. So whatever. How much does a 6-pack cost? I think a 6-pack is like $15. Money Slam, we need to get you an intervention. Get fucked. How's that? Get fucked. What are your pet hates? Want to hear you rant. My God, full English and grammar now, day 45. What are your pet hates? Want to hear you rant? What the fuck? Marcus, I don't think a translator is going to help me on this. What are your pet hates? Want to hear you rant? What the fuck? Endurance is not for losers. Endurance helps guys that aren't strong enough win. But they've got to be close to strong enough. An 18-pack is $24 in New York. Well, we used to be able to buy beers at $1 a beer as the lowest legal price, plus your 10% or 10 cents a bottle deposit. So $26.40 was the lowest for a 24 that you could get. But shit keeps changing. Big Wolf, Big Frank was translator saying Uncle John missing. Marcus. Oh, I love you, buddy, but either you're too drunk or you need to think before typing because there's no way that's even an accent problem. It's have to be or Hermes grasp in here. I doubt it. Although Saptaby did say he fucking likes hanging out with me, although he hates Devin, but whatever. Keep up the great content. Love what beer you're, or what Love you. What beer are you drinking? Currently I'm drinking Budweiser's tonight. But I was having some Bud Light Lime and some PBR earlier. Hermes grasp a weenie. Well, Hermes can grasp my weenie, that fucking weirdo. Actually, no, he can't. He'd probably rip it off, and then I would miss it, and that would make me sad. I only drink Purple Haze, Raspberry Lager, and Rothschild's red wine. Cody, shut the fuck up. Get out of my chat. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Big Frank, wow, not this again. No fucking jokes. Sword. No, that's not fun. Hi, Dask. All right, Dana McWhite. Help cure hemorrhoids. Put a tablespoon of sea salt in a half cup of warm water, stir it and chug it. Works immediately. That is not true. I have taken Epsom salt baths. Yeah, well, whatever. It's going to do what it's going to do. We'll deal with it then. Love that match with you and Yannick. You really put a lot of trust in your frame. I saw you like to be pretty buzzed when you pulling. If you were to guess, what is your ideal blood alcohol content? I have no idea about blood alcohol content. I know what level of buzz I prefer to have. But I don't know what the numbers are. Also, breathalyzers don't work on me. I was over at my buddy's place. We went beer for beer, drink for drink, rum for rum all night. And when we started using his personal breathalyzer, he was blowing like way over the limit, like 2.8, and I was still blowing 0.0. Yeah. There was another incident. I was definitely not driving because that would be illegal, but I had about 20 beers in me and I had to do a breathalyzer on some roadside thing to see if I could drive because my buddy wasn't allowed to. And I still blew a 0 with like 18 to 20 beers in me. So, oh, Super Save. That's DKK, Donkey Kong currency. I'm pretty sure that's Denmark money, but 6-pack on me, bud. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do love free beers. So yeah, that Yannick match, tossed my frame. I definitely did toss my frame. I know that my arm won't break. I have tried it and tried to break it literally. It will not do it. I got a cream that fixes hemorrhoids. It's called Proctosetol. You can get it over the counter at most chemists. Well, I went to the pharmacy. They gave me what they recommended as the best one. Problem is, they're so bad, I can't actually find my butthole to put it in there. So, I don't know. If it gets any worse, I'm going to go spend a day in the emergency room because what the fuck? Frank, Evan always needs help. Well, Marcus, why are you able to chat just fine when you're making fun of me? But like every other chat, like I just don't know what the fuck you're saying. Marcus and Cody are the drunkest here. No, I don't think Cody's drunk. I think Cody might be my daughter's boyfriend who just wants to type in the dumbest shit he can. Big Frank and Marcus Thompson tapping out. Got to be working 5 hours. Night, Evan, and y'all. Whoop, whoop, Budweiser. White Wolf, have a good night, buddy. Appreciate you coming in. Dan White giving hemorrhoid tips. You know, everybody's got hemorrhoid tips, but motherfucker, I don't like the tip of my hemorrhoids. Your O-ring pulled a king's move and gave you the piles. Is that what happens when you king's move? Then I appreciate Devin and Michael Todd being able to do it that much more. Because if you get this every time you do it, I wouldn't be willing to do it as often as they do. Analingus can cure the roids. Well, Gizmo, you probably should have told me this back when the wife was still awake. Although, I don't think I could ever morally let somebody deal with that right now. Like, it's terrible. Works all the time. Devin can't beat Levon with 2 hands. Wow. You can definitely beat him with 2 hands. Probably not with 1, though. Purple Haze is for... I like Purple Haze. turning into TJ tonight. No, you're not, Marcus. There's no way you're as fat as TJ. He is so fat that the left side of his gut hangs 6 inches further than the right side of his gut. That's pretty. There's no way you're TJ. I'm going to get my cold steak and cold chips, pure protein, Evan, if it's cold. I eat a lot of cold chips. Ben Young, we've covered this a bunch of times, but May 7th is my next match. Right-handed Jamie Staken, left-handed Austin Jaggers. Neither one of those is going to be a particularly fun match for me. I think I'm going to have to really, really work hard for both. I think I can win against Jamie, but Austin, I am definitely a big underdog. Sap to B from Australia. But maybe because outside of Aussie arm wrestler, I think everybody else from Australia is also fucking stupid. So yeah, it makes sense. Does beer flush lactic acid quicker? Absolutely. Alcohol does. Blood gets thinner, thin blood flows faster, faster flowing blood rinses that shit out quicker. It's just science. Evan, say the word and I will ban hammer anyone for you. Well, Devin's forum. I'm not a ban hammer type of guy. Yeah, they asked me to be a moderator in Arm Wrestling Uncensored. I'm like, why do you need moderators in an uncensored group? There's no reason to moderate this. Let people do what they want to do. Facebook can ban who they want. Got nothing to do with me. I have done 0 moderating duties ever for anybody. People can say what they want. YouTube won't let you chat in things that you're not allowed to chat in. And if you're allowed to chat it, I don't give a fuck. How many beers deep are for your party arm to feel dialed in and in a perfect zone? It's not necessarily about beers deep. It's got a lot more to do with beers over time. So I will start drinking. I will take time off of drinking before the event for 2 to 3 weeks, depending on the event. But the day of the event, I will start drinking as soon as I show up. And I don't really put a number on it. I just try to keep that buzz at a moderated level. So, you know, if I find the buzz is getting pretty good, I slow down. If I find it locking off, I speed up. I try to maintain that right level of buzz, which is different for everybody. But I want to be able to not care too much, but still be in control so that I can pick and choose how hard I'm fighting and at what angles. Yeah. I'm your daughter's boyfriend. Just kidding. You're the best. You're not my daughter's boyfriend. And if you are, I don't like you. Did you guys see the latest Kim Jong-un with his leather jacket, Tom Cruise wannabe? No idea what that means. Good night. Not my daughter's boyfriend. Need 2 spins a day in gyno stirrups. Why would I want to do that? That's terrible. Yeah, Instagram brings sweaty sheep, whatever. I've heard it. I get it. You don't think Devin can win? I don't think Devin can win. I don't know why you need to keep telling me in capitals that Devin can't win. I agree. Devin has a Tesla to car for pissheads. No, that's not true. That's not true. I will never drive a Tesla. I got a 6-liter fucking 3/4 ton Chev and a minivan because I got a lot of kids. But whatever. No Tesla. No Tesla. I just don't drive while drinking. I don't. But oh, sorry. If you saw me make a face there, I was trying to fart, and it was weird feeling the fart come out halfway down my leg because I had to get around the hemorrhoids first. Fucked up. Yeah, no Tesla for me. But if I'm drunk enough, I don't care who's driving. I don't like bad drivers. They just like really piss me off if I'm in the vehicle and somebody that's not good at driving is driving. I don't like Alan Ford driving on the way to an event because I end up grabbing that old shit handle and just squeezing all night or like the whole day or whatever that we're driving. So he can drive on the way home because I'm not worried about tiring out my arm, but I don't want Alan driving on the way there. But as far as Teslas go, there's no way I'm not squeezing an old shit handle the whole time if it's fucking computer driving. Fuck that. Ryan Bowe was saying that you should be Larry's next opponent. Would you be down? I would definitely be down for that. I would fucking crush Larry and then I will go smoke Ryan. Secret to get rid of your hemorrhoids is to hydrate, drink water with your beers. I do drink water. I drink actually a lot of water. I drink 4 to 5 liters of water a day. I drink coffee, water, and beer, and that's it. Water up before bed, dude. Like I said, I drink a shit ton of water. I've got a liter and a half of water here that I'm going to drink once I sign off before I go to bed. And then I drink 4 or 5 of those a day. I drink a lot of water. Too much out, not enough in. Well, I mean, everybody does their things their own way. That's how it is. How many beers deep for you? Oh, okay, past that one. No gyno stirrups, water out, water in. Ryan Bowen looks like hemorrhoid. Well, with his red head, yeah, that's a thing. How'd you meet Devin? I started arm wrestling, and I only live an hour and a half from him. So the guys I started arm wrestling with here in town, we didn't have a team here in town. Everybody that arm wrestled from here, there was 4 of them. Well, 3, and then I joined, so that the 4 of us would just make the hour and a half drive twice a week to Devin's house and arm wrestle with him. So I met him basically my first real practice. I might need me a Tesla car. Car, go home. That is exactly what I want, except I don't want a computer driving it. I would rather get into the car and tell one of my buddies or my wife, oh. The best way to deal with roids in taking some Tracton. Maybe. God loves Evan's shows. 5% arm wrestling shot, 95% about pile cream. Hey, look, I don't bring up the pile cream and shit. You guys want to talk about it? Whatever. I fucking answer what you guys are talking about. Evan, brother, if the hemorrhoid's bad enough, they can get surgically removed. Either way, yeah, well, I don't know. I've never really had to deal with this. I don't know how bad that gets, but apparently they'll go away. It's not as bad as it was a few days ago. It's getting better, I think. So I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And I know if I go into surgery, we're looking at like a week and a half before we deal with like being okay again. So it seems like it's going to be okay in less time than that on the route I'm on. I think you can beat Larry Wheels and probably Bowen. How do you think you would fare against? I think I would beat Larry, Ryan, and Khaled. The hardest match of the 3 would be Ryan. Arm wrestling junkie, you are not my boyfriend's daughter. That's just a weird way to say anything, but okay. Hot fire poker. You know what, Marcus? If you were to show up with a branding iron, I actually might let you find out if that's just going to get rid of it. I might need to punch you afterwards, is what it is. Okay, you'd be great at it. Again. Oh, Marcus Thompson's Jack, not a fat fuck like TJ. Well, I'm proud of you, because that'd suck. I'm not your daughter's boyfriend. I'm your boyfriend's boyfriend. Well, my boyfriend would never tell anybody that it's my boyfriend, so I know you're lying. Is Dave older than Devin? I don't think so. I think death penalty should be replaced by pulling victim in a Tesla and sending said Tesla into a lake. I don't think the death penalty should really be inhumane. I think if anybody deserves an inhumane death, they shouldn't be getting the death penalty. They should just be put in a place where everybody else will just sort them out without fear of consequence. Oh, Evan, just making sure about the band hammer. You said get out of my chat earlier. Yeah, no, I was kidding. I don't actually care. Evan, pull Chance. I'll pull anybody, man. If it works out. Okay, what is your favorite female actor? I didn't know there was any that were any good. Although Melissa McCarthy. I love Melissa McCarthy. She's hilarious. Peace, brother. Have a good night, man. Whatever. I don't like you either. Okay, cool. Why are you still here? I mean, we still have 101 viewers. You can make that 100 even. Just like fuck off. The Vice documentary with you was epic. That was a lot of fun to make. Pancakes or waffles? I don't like either of them. I don't eat a lot of carbs. I prefer to drink my carbs. Yeah, carbs. Best to be drank. Teslas are sick. You can sleep while it drives. Wow. I mean, I can do that with my truck. Apparently you don't drink enough. Do the hemorrhoids hanging down your leg get smelly? No, I take care of them quite well with these medicated wipes that I have. But thanks for asking. I honestly think that all of these hemorrhoid questions are really getting weird at this point. What the fuck, guys? Mike Oxmal. I think these guys. Mike Oxmal gave me a huge shout out on Twitch. I don't even know what the fuck Twitch is. I think people are just taking advantage of the fact that I'll just read the fuck anything. I get way too sidetracked. Bro, friends don't talk about his dingleberries like that. See, they're, even though you're telling them not to talk about them, you're talking about them. Fuck's sakes. Dana, Evan, Tesla, Sat Nav has only one direction: pub and home. Where else would it need to go? If I was going anywhere but those two places, I'd be able to drive myself. Stay you, beer going. Love from Alberta. Well, I'm always going to be me, and that's just the only way I know how to do things. Okay, where am I now? Right about there. No belly shots today. Fuck. I can't believe anybody stayed that long that night. Just ridiculous. It was disgusting. Yeah, no. A night rider would be fucking pretty fucking sweet. Could your brother keep that water going? The hot, dry air in our Canadian homes this time of the year dries up things real fast. Not here, man. Our humidity content is ridiculous. What I meant was you'd be great at commentating. Yeah, I do not want to do it though. I hate it. I won't MC an event. I don't like talking. I really don't. Do your ribs ever get bruised from those shots? Yes, my ribs were one giant bruise from those shots. That kid can punch, and every one of them hurt. They should definitely go away in only a few days. Well, I'm hoping they do, because fuck. All right, Ben Young, thanks for the super chat. Wrap a rubber band around those suckers. Just for your information, I'm not a doctor. Yeah, well, the doctors do it with like this weird air pen that just like shoots the band on them. And apparently that takes a while. Like you're looking at a week and a half, 2 weeks recovery. Whatever. Some people have the pain so bad they can pass out. Yeah, well, pain sucks. Are we still talking about these things? I thought I asked you guys to stop talking about these things. Like, why can't we talk about like normal fucking things? What do you think about Captain the Crush Grippers? They don't help in arm wrestling. It's cool if you can do them. Not an important part. You could offer an intergender match. Who would you pull? Well, Gabby, because she saw it, and Danielle. I would pull her because she's the current champ. Gizmo needs to squeeze TJ's neck. Who doesn't want to do that? Wow, there's the link for that Vice documentary. Good job, Devin's forearm. Hemorrhoids can get super bad. I think people just care about your well-being. Look, I get it. I understand that they can get super bad. Well, we've talked about it a lot. I box pro and it's grueling. Running. Yeah, I get it, man. Running's not cool. Carolyn Loom's in here. Evan, is it a waste having women pull at... No. I don't think so at all. I thought that match was great. I thought it was actually the best match of the night. Plus, I love Gabby. How much is Devin weighing right now? 275 to 280 currently. What do you think about Travis Bajan training philosophy? I think Travis is idiot. How big are the hemorrhoids? If you jump up, could you feel them in your... No, they're not like hanging. They're like kind of just protruding and like golf ball size, but like a whack of them. Seriously, guys, you know I'm going to read what you say, but fuck, you can say anything that's not a hemorrhoid comment too. Hemorrhoids are a pucker factor of -10. All right. Can you change your name to Evan Bourbon? It'll make it much easier for me, and I really like bourbon. Well, I'm not a big bourbon guy. I like bourbon. Arm wrestling community is now interwoven with the hemorrhoid community now. Well done. Look, I never tried to get this done. You guys did that on your own. Like, I just said that they're a problem right now. That's all. You lost cool points with that post, Carolyn. Whatever. Carolyn's pretty awesome. Right. In the morning, 274. He's going to be a little heavier later in the day. So 275 to 280. That's where he is. Try cupping while squeezing a gripper. It's insane the torque that builds up. I just don't see the relevance for arm wrestling. I don't know the answer to that question, actually. King of the Table 3 matches. I don't know where to watch them. I watched them live on the Core Sports. I don't know if you can watch them yet. Guitar, can't you take a tongue-in-cheek point? I'm definitely not cool. Carolyn, you're super cool. If it's so funny how fast Devin haters get annoyed, fuck, everybody gets annoyed if you trigger them properly. That's the problem with snowflakes. Any advice for pulling in a hook? Yeah, make sure that your elbow can handle the pressure of pushing your body in the way. Proper hooking involves more than just pulling in a supinated position. You want your frame to be involved. Your elbow needs to be able to take that kind of pressure, and you want to have a lot of skeletal structure. But low weight work on the inner elbow, develop that shit. That's the best way to go. Using gripping the hemorrhoids like a tennis ball could build enough grip strength like John Brzenk does. What in the fuck, Gizmo? No. I think gripping my hemorrhoids and squeezing on it like a tennis ball would turn me into a crying, passed out, in pain mess in the bathroom floor with blood coming out of my asshole. I think that's a terrible idea. We need storyline matches. Evan, like Ron Burgundy, reads everything. Well, I mean, fuck. I don't know how to read first. I can't read fast enough to read it in my mind and then say it out loud if I'm allowed to say it. So I will say inappropriate things because I was told to. I believe that YouTube is doing their job properly and not letting people say things that they're not allowed to say. So if I say it because it was written, YouTube can't get mad at me because they didn't do their job. Right? Holy shit, it's 11:30? I was supposed to be off the air by 10. Fuck. Always fuck this up. My girl's trying to tell me to take a suppository for hemorrhoids. Oh, great. Hemorrhoid talk again. But I'm not doing that. Yeah, well, if you can find where your asshole is to put them in, then you're already better than me. So do what you want to do. Gabby versus Sarah was a storyline. Gabby versus Sarah was an incredible match without the storyline. Also, Gabby's super hot. Big Frank, I'm so excited having live just got done work. You're welcome. Has anyone ever gripped your hand that you just give up? No, I don't give up. Carolyn, someone make that sandwich at the event. That's how it goes. Z's guitar account. Evan, baby, blue eyes, Burgoyne. Are you guys liking my eyes? Mm-hmm. I got pretty eyes. I get told it a lot. All right, I lost my chat again because the super chat came up and I got all fucked up. Squeeze your beer bottle really hard and cup as far as you can. I'll break my beer. Why would I want to do that? It'll spill my beer. And if I use an empty bottle, I'll just cut up my hand and then I can't train or drink beer out of that hand. And it's just stupid. I don't want to do that. When did I say John blah blah's last name? I think you're full of shit. Harvey J says grippers can help you grab a guy so they can't slip and get the straps because the straps. RBJ's 145 IQ isn't helping him in this conversation. I'll tell you that. If I clinch too hard, could I clinch my piles off? Fuck's sakes. All right. So maybe yes, maybe no. I don't want to find out, motherfucker, that it hurt. Do not try to jump a fence anytime soon. Consequences would suck if you fell on it. Oh man, if they got caught up in that fence on my way over, I would not be having a good day. Only 2.5 hours to go until 2 a.m. Right. Like, I want to go to bed soon. No, it's not my shoulders. It's my bicep. Ash on the bicep. That's how you get recovery done. I had pulled blah 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 in like practice outside of a real match. It was at the MGC, and yeah, his hand is ridiculously good. Yes, he was tired. Yes, I was tired, but he couldn't get through me in a hook. No, I was not even that strong back then. This is a long time ago. He was just really tired. Still got a bit of a beer here. I saw England telling Devin to get fucked whenever Devin brought up pork chop. I do have one more beer left, and I could straw or unstraw it. Mark's good description. This chat is like the Twilight Zone tonight. Brilliant. Marcus, is everybody just fucking with me? Like, do people just keep saying the same thing over and over again on purpose? Pretty sure they're doing that. Like, yeah, the straw is impressive. Like, I've done it faster in a straw than that before. That was my first time doing it in many years. But yeah, that straw trick makes that beer disappear real quick. Real quick. Beer go in, beer go gone. I agree, Frank. The Fix was funny tonight. The Fix is always a good show. I like that show. No, I can't smoke weed while drinking on the show, especially if I have to do any reading. I lose the ability to read real quick. Oh my God, why can you not just fuck off about the hemorrhoids? Yeah. If I tried to jump a fence in my underwear and the hemorrhoids got caught in the fence and I fell and I got hung up on my hemorrhoids hanging upside down, it would be a fucking terrible thing. Anybody that thought that was funny is just a terrible person that I'd probably get along with, but they're laughing at me now because it's me in pain and I'm not a fan of that. So, like, fuck, man. Like, why would you want me to do that? Strongest hand I've ever personally gripped up with. It's weird. What do you mean by strongest hand? There's a lot of different parts to a hand, and it's always a different answer. Overall, Devin's left hand a week ago was fucking ridiculous. Before that, I would have said Mike Gould at the 2017 Nationals. But if you're not talking about like super heavyweight, just like pound for pound, Eric Rosan, when you grab that dude's hand, like it's so small, it doesn't feel like it's going to give you much of a problem. But as soon as you try to attack it, you realize that you can't do shit with it. It's fucking ridiculous. There's been a lot of strong hands that I've grabbed over the years. Straw. Yeah, well, I mean, I could straw it, but I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. I don't know how to read your actual name, Zoloa, but you should be sorry. That's just fucked up. That's just fucked up, man. I don't even want to think about that happening. And then when you said that, and then I read it, all of a sudden I did think about it, and like I'm terrified. You could pull anyone in history. Would your butt still have dangling? What the fuck, man? What if I pulled me in a previous version that didn't have dangly bits in the butt? The answer would be both yes and no. Marcus Thompson, barbed wire catch Evan Piles. No need for. Yeah, I wouldn't need cream if barbed wire ripped my piles off. I mean, razor wire would be the more humanitarian way to do it, but fuck. Why do we got to talk about fences and wires and my fucking stop? I don't know how my last, it didn't, not only did it not get taken down, the monetization didn't even get hit like at all. Like the only one of my lives that is still fully monetized. And I don't get it. Doesn't make sense. Hey, beard boy, I heard a small guy took you down with a leg sweep. Maybe. I mean, there's an awful lot of my life that I can't remember. It may have happened at one point in my life, but I did once get taken down by a single leg from a smaller guy. It's the only time I've ever been taken down on a single leg in my life. But it wasn't a leg sweep. The only time I've ever really been hit with a leg sweep real good was by my brother. And, Tarzan, actually. And I was really concentrating on his upper body and like shoulder bumping and keeping him above me, keep my hips lower. And yeah, it swept the fuck out of me. I actually landed on my back really, really hard that time. He did a good job. Didn't see it coming. I didn't think he even knew how to do that move. But he did. Fair to say that you're somehow your most sober family member? No. Maybe. I don't know how to answer that. So, I got an older brother that doesn't really drink anymore. He only has a couple of beers here and there. So I'm definitely not the sober brother with him. But when we look back through our past transgressions, once upon a time, he was legend. And then my younger brothers, 2 out of 3 are like piss tanked all the time. One of them isn't shittered all the time, but when he decides to go, he goes pretty hard. And as far as volume chugging, I could never keep up with him. Like when you pour like 8 beers into one big jug, he does a better job than me. Not as fast, but he can do more. Maybe Beer Man makes more money with bad company. I don't get it. But maybe. Strongest hand Evan grip up with was bouncing in a gay club. Right, but it wasn't my hand that he had gripped. But yes, that was a hell of a grip. Hey, Beer Man, why does Ingen hate on Devin so much? Ingen hates on anybody from the West that's not fucking job, blah, blah, blah. That's what he does. Well, he is right. He brings over the best of the best from here to do those matches. And he puts them with some of their best guys. But after that, he makes sure that the stylistic matchups from any of our like good guys, but not best guys, he makes sure that he puts them up against somebody better from there. He's not trying to see great matches. He's trying to see the East win. That's why I like Neil Pickup's matches so much better. He's more worried about the end result, the production, the match itself, and how good of a match it is. where he doesn't care what country you're from and who wins, as long as it's a good fight. That's what he's looking for. England's looking to make sure that the East wins. Marcus Thompson, so Allen. All right. And he doesn't like Dev's on table antics. Wow. Whatever. IPAs. I've drank them and I've not drank them. Here's beer. I like beer. There's good IPAs. There's not good IPAs. It's like music. There's shitty versions of music in every genre. It doesn't matter what genre. There's good and there's shit. Some just have more shit than others. That's all. It's not even just his guys. I think England just wants the West to know that they're better, and which is more or less true. Aside from the very top guys, like there's a few that can go either way, but all in all, if you were to put our top 50 against their top 50, their win percentage is going to be way higher. Like it's just a higher average over there. We have the guys at the very top that can hang and bang with all those. They're very top, but like once you get to like that top 10 through 20 in each weight class, they're going to fuck us up every time. Well, Zloa, I've been saying that since the beginning as well. No, I don't want Allen to sweep the leg. When I'm bouncing, if I actually got to get in there, I don't want Allen anywhere near the actual fight. I want Allen going and cleaning up beers so that I don't have to do that when I'm done dealing with the fight. No, I don't think England's really going to get upset if one of our top guys beats one of their top guys. He knows that's a possibility. He's not stupid, but he plays stupid when somebody asks him, like, hey, who's trying to fucking, like, why are you trying to sort this out to make sure you guys win? Why are you stacking the deck? He plays stupid. He's not stupid. He knows that our top guys can hang with their top guys. So whenever you put on that last East versus West, we knew that Todd Hutchins could win. We knew that Brazan could win. I thought Michael Todd was going to win, but rather than that, it was like, yeah, I was going to beat Schoolboy and all the rest of the West was going to lose. I was really impressed with how good Ron Bath did, because that match was a match set to make Zarab look good against Bath. But Ron showed up like a motherfucker, and they both walked out of there looking real good. I don't think he means well and he wants to see good matches, but unconsciously shows favoritism. Look, when Alan Ford was trying to get a match over there, they wanted to set him with the very best guys in the world based on Alan cracking Dave Chafee's hand open in 2013 and beating Todd Hutchins in 2014, and thinking that a 2022 version of Alan that hasn't been training or competing in 5 years is going to be the same guy that was like that world elite fucking world beater back in 2013-14. It's not the same thing, but England's not listening. He just wants a world elite guy to fucking smash Allen to make them look good. He's full of shit and he's lying to everybody when he says otherwise. Okay. One more quick piss. Motherfuckers, I'm almost 2 hours over. I'm going to have one more beer. And that's going to be the end of tonight. We are still over 100 live viewers, but we're getting ridiculous. Hopefully we are less than 100 viewers when I get back. And people realize that, oh, there's nobody actually talking. We're just like looking at a weird casting couch and we're out of here. And I get back and we got less viewers, and then I just go to bed. You guys keep me up way too late, way too often. Oh shit. All right, we are under 100 viewers now. That makes me happy a little bit. All right, so catching up. Okay, where are we here? It's like 2 countries to 100. Well, yeah, but when you compare 2 countries to 100, it's not comparing how many countries is involved or even land space. It's more population that you should be looking at the numbers in. Because Canada, we got like less than 40 million people. The States have less than 400 million people. When you start adding up the numbers, that's where your real comparison gets in. It's not how many countries or what the landmass is, but population, right? 400 million people here, 400 million people there, limit it within those ranges. And I think North America or the West does a lot better. But when you start getting into like the whole rest of the world where their population is just way bigger, like, of course they should have more higher level athletes. That's what I would say anyways. Favoritism towards all of the East unless the match includes blah, 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 blah. Right. So he knows that we do have a few top level dudes that he still tries to make sure that they lose and give them the toughest matches he can, which he should, right? It's the top guys. But everybody else, he's not trying to match them to make it a good match. He's trying to match them so that they win, right? Like when he gave me the match against Schoolboy, he didn't do the match thinking that it'd be easy or that it'd be close or whatever. Like he wasn't looking for a good match. He was looking for Schoolboy to crush me so they can, look good. That's not the case. He was just ignorant about who I am. Evan, I need a roof conversation or a roof conversion. Get your tools. Hey, Marcus, send the jet over. You can buy new tools when I get there. I'll fix you right up. That's why he keeps getting Herman. Herman was good. No. Herman is awesome when ready. He really is. He just wasn't ready. Herman's weird. Like, why would you say I figured this was going to happen? Like, I didn't know which match it was going to be, but I figured someone's going to drop out and I'm going to be in there. But also say that you weren't really ready. Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. If you thought you were going to be in there, why would you not be ready? Like, you're not making any sense. Yeah, well, my kitty doesn't come into the basement a whole lot. Well, she does. She's sitting over there on the chair right now, but she doesn't come over here because I don't have a box. If I put a box here, she would be like all up in that shit the whole time. Yeah, well, we're not getting to the bottom of the hemorrhoid issue. It's not happening. Hold on. Super chat. Let's be honest. Ingen could pick guys blindfolded and they'd still beat us. I doubt he's that biased. They train like machines. We train like hillbillies. Well, you're not too far off the truth on that either. And that's why they have like their top 10 through 20 would kill our top 10 through 20. But if he was trying to pick matches that would be the best matches, he wouldn't try to put this guy against this guy, right? Like they would pick guys that'd be closer. Matt Mask, who's like a top 15 to 20 guy in the world, and then you give them a match against like Morozov, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But then you switch to Prudnik, who's like one of those top 5 guys. It's like, are you really trying to just see a better match or are you trying to win a match, right? I don't know. To me, I think that's how they're doing it. Anyways, I think all in all, the only problem is that the overall quality of the matches suffers, and the fans don't get to see as good of arm wrestling because he's trying to put squash matches together. He's rigging the deck for the East to win. And there's such a big fan base now coming out of the West that why are you trying not to cater to the fans as a whole and try to make the best product you can versus trying to make sure that the East wins? That's all I'm saying. Right. There's truth behind that, but not the whole story. I agree. They still end up being good matches sometimes, but it's generally because one of the West guys shows up not willing to take this shit and just like pushes way harder than you would have ever thought. Yeah, I love Neil. Neil does what he's doing because he wants the best matches. What he wants is the best finished product that he can make a show out of, that people are going to want to watch this match for the next 20 years, not just that day, right? He's looking to put together the best. Yes, we are going to get a PO box. The wife says she's going to do it. She's not like me. She doesn't need to be reminded every 6 months. When she says she will do it, she does, in fact, get it done. All right. Oh, shit. I do have another beer. Well, this one and then one more. I was unfortunate reaching in there to find out that I have, in fact, 2 beers left. But it is 9 minutes to midnight. And not only do I have to get up to take the kids to school in the morning, I have to legally be able to drive to take the kids to school in the morning. So it's a good thing I only have 2 beers left. Oh, guys, somebody needs to super chat in 90 cents. If you're not from Canada, figure out the conversion, just 90 cents. Because I just want to see that 99.99 thing on the whole stream. It would make me happy. When you're looking at it, when it says 99.09, it's like, it's just stupid. $6.99. Rocket Pig, you fucked everything up. Scratch all of that. Nobody chat in 90 cents. But I'm going to read out your chat, Rocket Pig. Thank you anyways, although you fucked it up. Might sound funny, but I've been through a rough breakup this week, and listening to your channel even has kept my mind off it. Thank you, sir. Well, Red Rocket Pig, you are a fantastic troll account. And if I can make anybody's life just a little better, that's why I do it. I like hanging out with you guys, shooting the shit, doing the chatting. I hope you don't ever take me up on this offer because I don't actually know who your real name is. But if you ever need to talk about some shit, whatever, fucking, we can have a chat. Give me a talk. Yeah, Devin might not be able to slip out of Levant's head, but trying to stop a guy as good as Devin from slipping is also pretty fucking hard. So these guitar account messages in $1 just to fuck things up. Like that one was done intentionally to be an asshole. What the fuck? Right, I needed 90 cents, and like somebody's just got to come in and fuck it up. Like Red Rocket Pig sent it in before knowing Z's guitar account did it just to be a jerk. How rude can you be? Yeah, smash the like for the bearded one. Look, guys, I don't think the likes even really matter when I'm about to sign out. I really think the like, I don't know. I haven't actually looked into YouTube algorithms and all that fucking fancy word things. I think people just say algorithm to sound smart. Nobody actually knows what that means. But I think the likes are just there so that people or like it gets pushed into people's what's going on now type thing. Like, so it's more likely to have people chime in. Mm. But yeah, Rocket Pig, fucking stay classy, buddy. Keep your chin up. Things always look fucking shitty during the storm, and then like sunny days are always coming, buddy. Sunny days are always coming. Okay, people aren't happy with England's matchmaking. Why does nobody else organize some international events? Well, look, England puts together big events, and he's offering to get people in there. Like, when those top guys are getting fucking free trips around the world, why are they not going? Of course they're going to go. I think he's just got more backing and sponsorships coming in that he can put together these events. And I'm not saying these events are bad. I love them. I just think that he's really tries to stack the deck against the West. I believe that's true. Carolyn Looms and Ben Young both in there with super chats without a comment. Just throw it in there. All right, guys, we got 5 minutes left, and I am 2 hours late. I know I'm sending Evan when I get his PO box. Marcus, I am almost terrified about what you were going to send me when my PO box gets fucking posted. Not terrified enough not to open it. No, I'm not terrified. I'm just curious. Like, what the fuck are you planning on doing, man? Now I'm curious. All right, Levin is a government paid athlete. They're going to try to do something shady against Devin. You never know, man. Yeah, but they're overdoing it in Dubai. Levin's from Georgia. Maybe they are. Maybe they're not. Who knows? The rule changes don't seem to suit Devin very well, but whatever. I really don't think the rules and stuff are going to make that much of a difference in that match, though. Like, realistically, as long as Devin is able to slip and then they get a restart, that's more time that he can just like bang on Devin's hand or Levon's hand and start tiring him out. More starts is better for Devin than less starts. So even though straight to straps would seem like an advantage for Levon, that doesn't mean it is. As long as Devin can get the slip, more starts, more chances to tire him out. It's good. Evan, I think Alan Artem should have a match and the winner gets Burlow. I think Alan will kill Artem right and then Merlo right in the same day. Oh shit! You know what? That's fair. Instead of maybe I won't do a live while opening these packages. I'll just like record it so that I can cut out if somebody sends me something fucked that's not allowed being on the air. That's a good idea. You think I'm really going to get just like a whack of hemorrhoid medication sent to me? Like, I don't normally have hemorrhoid problems. It's just like a right now thing. Like, I've had hemorrhoids twice in my life, and they're years apart. Last person Devin wasn't able to slip against was John Brasing, but he tried to go into a hook and then run out to slip with John intentionally not letting him slip. If Devin would have went straight to the slip, I think it would have just happened. I think he would have won those matches. So, how big a super chat do I need to drop for Evan to tattoo his face? I'm not tattooing my face. Like, to tattoo my face onto my ass? At least enough to cover the tattoo, I'll tell you that. But yeah, I'm not just putting a tattoo on my face. The back of my head, I could be probably convinced to do like a Vondi on the back of my head or something. A massive hand doesn't necessarily stop you from slipping. Marcus, I would rather a beer sponsorship than a hemorrhoid sponsorship. Hemorrhoids are a problem like once every 6 years, and only in the last 12 years. Beer, that's for life. Well, I can't do it live if now that you guys got me thinking that something fucked up's gonna come. WAF rules are just fine. I've got no problems with any rules. We all know how to pull in all of them. Like you know what you can and can't do, and you understand the rules and how to work around them before you go in. All right, guys. It is after midnight. I am 2 hours after I was supposed to sign off. I'm fucking off as soon as I finish this beer. Massive fan, ridiculous grip strength. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I've pulled against plenty of people with stronger hands than me and bigger hands than me, and I've never not been able to slip. Ever. Once you know how to do it and you understand arm wrestling, it's like whatever. It's just slipping. You just slip. It shouldn't be a problem. Now, slipping for Larry against Kott is different because Kott's got this super huge, super strong hand, and Larry's not one of those guys. Ooh. But when you've got a guy that's got a hand at that very top level against a guy that's not there, yeah, he's not going to be able to do it. What's going to happen between BLM and Chance after what you saw? Look, Chance seems fantastic. He keeps getting better and better and better. I never had BLM as the favorite in the match. There's spots that I think BLM can dominate. It's whether it's who's going to be able to force the fight to where they want it. No, I like the whole strap thing right away. I would be a-okay with all matches starting in straps just to save fucking time. Because generally, if one guy feels uncomfortable, it's going straps anyways, and we're just wasting fucking time. I think if one guy says, let's go straps, they should just do it. Or every match should just go straps so we stop arguing about whether or not this is a thing. It would save time. And I think the product would be better for viewers as a whole, which is really the biggest problem. Look, as a professional arm wrestler, not that I'm like some big super pro. I mean, I'm pretty good, but like I'm not like one of those guys, right? But this is what I do. I do YouTube and I arm wrestle. So for me, I want arm wrestling to grow as a viewered sport. More viewers on the sport, more fans, more money, everybody gets paid more to do what they want to do. Like when you're talking about a guy that's one of the very best in the sport, if we were in any other sport, football, hockey, basketball, baseball, motherfucker, I would be a millionaire. And I'm not one of those top guys, but I'd still be there just based on how those fucking pay scales go. So yeah, I would like to see anything that I think would make arm wrestling get to that next level as far as mainstream goes. And I think just starting in the strap would make that better for the viewers. I think it'd be a lot easier to get people's attention if we just started in that. We didn't have to watch them set up, fuck around, then slip, then set up and fuck around, strap, blah, blah, blah. Start them in the strap. And then it just eliminates some of that process. I think it would be more viewer friendly if all matches just started there. I think that would help get a lot more interest in people watching, because also strap matches tend to be a little bit slower. It's a lot easier to stop a match when you're in the straps. I think it's better for the viewers, which in turn is better for the athletes, except for the athletes that suck in the straps. Well, fuck. Motherfucker, that's your problem. Learn how to deal with pulling in straps. If that's what it's going to take to put our sport into that next level, get used to it, man. I would like to see it start to go that way, just because that's Yeah. I think it's better for the athletes overall, which is really what the bottom line is. Like, why is it that the very best athletes in our sport, well, compared to the very best athletes in any other sport, and I mean like any other sport, I'm talking like ping pong or ballet dancing or video games, they all make more as a sport than we do. But they don't work as hard as we do. They don't put the effort into it that we do. They don't love it like we do. I would like to see our top guys making what top guys make everywhere else. Maybe that's just me. Who knows? If Artem TED Talk versus Evan, it'd be the first time Artem never got a word in. Well, yeah, you can't let Artem just talk because nobody understands what the fuck he's saying. Although I do agree, Blake, straps should be earned, but it's hard for the viewers. Carolyn Looms with another super chat. Thank you. Evan, we can't go straight to the strap. What about the art of arm wrestling? That would be pretty sad. Straight to the straps. I get what you're saying. And I love the purity of all of that and people just having to fight and figure it out. I do. But I'm saying as a whole, I think it's better for the sport if we just go straight there and that fans that aren't already hooked on arm wrestling, it's a lot easier to pull them in if you don't have all of that bullshit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? I think it's just better if you do it that way. Mike, well, just stay up. Cornflakes time, for fuck's sakes. Well, Marcus, why the fuck didn't you just go to bed? I don't know why I'm still alive. I tried to go to bed like 2 hours ago. Artem sounds like Marvin the Martian if he's got a mouthful of marbles and a Russian accent. Well, Tim Chase, you might be wrong. And Marcus is just a fucking animal. Yeah, the coin toss thing could work. Strap or no strap, except it doesn't matter which side you're on. If you want straps, you're gonna get them. So yeah. If we're talking like a purist arm wrestling event that we're not worried about fans and like TV time or sponsors or anything like that. Problem with that is you need somebody that's just got big dick money that doesn't care about money to pay for the fucking show. The problem is with that is nobody just wants to give money away. If you want fans and all of that, they have to have a product that's worth watching. And when you spend more time watching a setup and then a slip and then the strap getting applied and then a setup, when you get 13 seconds a match on a 30-second fucking match, like it's hard to get fans involved with that. Matthias Bedard, yeah, sleep is for the weak. Go make that motherfucker eat a frog. But when you spend that much time for 13 seconds a match, that's where our problem is. Arm wrestling is fucking boring. Now, I know I'm Devin's teammate. He's my buddy. But when you see him up there, those long setups don't seem so bad because he's talking shit. He's pissing people off. You can like him, love him, hate him. But either way, you're not being bored watching this. You're busy hating him or you're busy loving watching him fuck with people. Like there's something there to watch, right? So for a guy like Devin, yeah, let him fuck around as long as you want. The fans aren't being bored. Upside to that, Devin gets enough time to tire people out. Downside to that, Devin gets enough time to tire people out. Whatever. Everybody else, though, most guys just shut the fuck up, and their arm wrestling is how they try to do their talking. They try to be this professional guy. I do my talking on the table. Oh, great, do your talking on the table, except you don't do any fucking talking, and nobody wants to hear you. So either let us watch you actually arm wrestling, or not. Watching you set up for 10 minutes without anybody saying anything, and then we get to see a 1.5 long match. It's hard to get fans involved. That's where I go with all that. Nashville arm wrestling, what's good? Not much. Apparently, people keep talking about my hemorrhoids, and they are not good. What's straps only for super matches tournaments? Look, whatever, man. If you're trying to get, it doesn't matter if it's tournament or super matches. If you're trying to get fans based on shit, if you're looking for views, everybody cuts out all of that nonsense and goes right to the beginning of the match, whether it's straps or not, right? Like, that's how you make your videos, because you don't want to have a 37-minute video that has 17 seconds worth of actual matches. That shit gets cut out because nobody wants to see it. So just start where we want to see it. Evan, do people get pinned outside the strap? Well, yeah, they do when they're dumb. Yeah, with Devin, it adds the anticipation. I agree. But, right, well, it's not necessarily that it's just Devin. But Devin's the only, like, high-level dude that understands this. If you want to spend the time to fuck around, you at least got to give somebody something to watch, right? So if you are arm wrestling at an event, and if there's cameras involved, you only have so much time at the table, right? So it's not just the time you're at the table, but yeah, you can drag out that setup, especially if you're the endurance guy, and get more camera time. But even between rounds, why would I go sit down and try to rub my arm out? I don't want to do that. I want to be back at that table. I want to give that guy a reason to get the fuck back up here now, so the cameras have a reason to pay attention to me. So I'm making I'm taking advantage of every second I have that the cameras are paying attention to me. That's how you build your brand. 60 seconds of sitting in the corner with nobody paying attention to you doesn't help you any, but 60 seconds of standing at that table, calling that guy to get the fuck back up here. Let's go. I'm looking to fight. Why are you sitting down, you pussy? You can sell that, right? So every second in front of those cameras should be spent well. And Devin's really good at that. That's why he has a brand. That's why he's got a fan following, right? To me, it's a no-brainer. If you want arm wrestling to grow, we don't need it to be done the way that arm wrestlers want it to be done. We need it to be done the way that fans want it to be done. Arm wrestlers don't get paid from arm wrestlers. They get paid from fans. Well, we don't have fans because arm wrestlers are too busy worried about arm wrestlers. Look at any other sport. They cater to the fans, and that's why they make the money. Give them what they want. They're the ones that pay the fucking bills. And nobody wants to watch 37 minutes of setup to watch a 2.5 second match. So shut up about it. No, I get what you're saying, Carolyn. Like, you could still do events where they're very much based on the purity of arm wrestling. Still have the WAF Worlds. That's cool. But for a spot like the WAL where it's on TV and they need the fan base, you got to move more towards that direction. And that's why they do it that way. Well, because I don't have the fan base that Devin does. I didn't start doing YouTube 10 years ago when he did. If I had the fan base and I could just go around explaining this stuff to people, I would. But I don't. I should have, but I'm fucking lazy and I was too busy like making babies and, working. That's not true. That's not true, Nashville Arm Wrestling. So when the UFC started, they didn't have a 155-pound class because of that. And then as the sport evolves, people start arm wrestling or fighting more yeah, the biggest guys are always the biggest draws, right? But when people start realizing that they become fans of the sport, not just the attraction of the freak show, and you start watching 155, then 145, 135, 125, you get all these new weight classes because those motherfuckers light shit up. They are just as good, just they don't have that freak show attraction of being so huge in the one-shot knockouts. But when you become a fight fan for that, watching these lower classes, they have better fights on average, right? Like it's a way better fight to watch. Arm wrestling is the same. It's a lot easier to see a really good match between smaller guys than it is between the big guys, especially in a super match format. Instead of one guy getting tired and whatever, like, it's my opinion, I can be just as entertained between the small guys arm wrestling as I can between the big guys arm wrestling. Just they don't get the camera time to give me a personality to get attached to. If I got to meet these guys and I'm more interested in watching them, the small guys put on just as good of matches, probably better in most cases. Right. No, I will definitely try to get Devin in here just to have a conversation just about this philosophy of what we think needs to be done. Because Devin does more for the sport than anybody else. Yeah, he's one of them, biggest fan favorites. He's got all the fanboys. He's also one of the most hated guys in the sport. But it's all for the same reason, because he's doing this to grow the sport. Right. The heavyweight isn't that entertaining anymore. And why? Because they're big, slow, fucking idiots. There's a couple of guys that people pay attention to, but outside of the top guys, they don't really care. But when you get down to the lower weight classes, like, everybody's a fucking machine. And you're going to get a great performance out of everybody as you get lower. That's the same thing. That's kind of what I'm saying. But back in the day, nobody gave a shit about the small guys. That's why they didn't have those weight classes. Everybody just only paid the money to watch the big dudes. 275, maybe 265. That's the next kilo weight class if they were to add another, and that makes sense to me. Well, why not? Why not? Also, you could do this whole tested versus non-tested league. Why the fuck not? I don't care what weight classes you have, tested or non-tested. If you find a way to make people tune in and watch so that there's a fan base, and I'm not saying I need to be involved with making this money. I'm saying the top guys should get paid as the top guys, like in other sports, because they put in just as much work as top guys in other sports. Like, why not? But that's the only way I see it going. You're right. Small guys don't get tired as fast. They don't have the big muscles. They don't need the same type of blood flow. It's right. That's exactly it. Smaller guys can keep going with that fierceness the whole time. What we need is people to understand the sport first. And the easiest way to sell that is with the juggernauts. So what we need to do is kind of curve the sport towards a fan base until we get people wanting to see it. And once you have a fan base that is a real fan base, not just like a weekend warrior that's like every now and then, oh, Devin's pulling? Yeah, I'm an arm wrestling fan. Oh, Devin's not pulling? I don't care. No, when you got people that actually enjoy watching arm wrestling because that the sport has evolved, that it's been seen enough that people understand it, that's whenever you can start pushing out all of this other stuff. But that's just the only way I see it going. I mean, that's the only model I've seen that's worked going from these smaller sports. Proper testing isn't that expensive. There's guys out there that run testing labs that have offered to do it for like super cheap. It's just that there's no money in arm wrestling. This is literally in the last few years, it's the only time there's ever been money in arm wrestling for the big guys. And I don't want to just talk about money in arm wrestling. That's not why I got into arm wrestling. It's not why anybody got into arm wrestling. Anybody that got into arm wrestling to make it rich, you're out of your fucking mind. There's a few guys that make money arm wrestling. Everybody else does it because we love doing it, right? But I just think that the best guys should get paid to do it. Why not? You know, it doesn't make sense to me that they don't. They've earned that right. They have put that work in over those many years. We just need a bigger fan base instead of just arm wrestlers. So the heaviest weight I could cut from 275 from, the biggest weight cut I've ever done is 32 pounds over the course of a week. So I could do it from over 300 pounds. I've never been too big that I couldn't cut to 275 if I had noticed. That's why I got into beer. It's just that easy, man. It's that easy. All right. So one last beer. I'm going to bed. And now, not to be a whore about it, but I'm not going to drink that beer until somebody super chats in. I'm not looking for $100. Literally, somebody super chats in 74 cents or more, and I'm doing it. With or without the straw. Preferably with, because I think I can do better. Right. So we would get so many more monsters in the sport if there was money in the sport. You think anybody's going to go into MMA where you get concussion syndrome if you could arm wrestle and you get the same amount of money? Doesn't make sense. Okay. Does your drinking ever worry you? About what? What are you worried about? These worry me far more than drinking does. Not sure what I would be worried about my drinking. Here's the thing. If you're actually able to drink the way I do, you're not really a normal person. You were meant to do this. If I look back through my genealogy, I was meant to do this. Right. Strongmen getting into arm wrestling is cool, but generally strongmen aren't smart men. And the guys coming in from strongman, they kind of end up following that Larry Wheels path of progression where they just want to dummy their way through it by grunting really hard. We got a couple of guys that were really strong. Yeah. So we got a chat here there. Oh, I lost it. Whatever. Fuck them. Carolyn Loom super chats in. Evan, the best way to grow the sport is to collab with strongmen like JF Karan and their YouTube followers. Seek out arm wrestling shows. Well, that's the thing. Yeah. Anytime you can ever get a bigger show showing your stuff, it's always good. Shmo, if there were anybody in it, you'd get Brian Shaw, ex-NFL players would be interesting. Right. Well, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. But Brian Shaw has been arm wrestling for a long time. He really has. So the thing is you can't just make one of these guys want to arm wrestle. Either they have it or they don't. Brian Shaw went into powerlifting or strongman because he didn't want to go fight in Japan, where you can be geared out of your mind and they pay you well for this freak show of this massive motherfucker fighting a normal person. But they got paid well. Bob Sapp did it, right? And he wasn't actually an athlete. He tried the NFL. He was huge, but he just kind of shit, right? He was shit at fighting too, but he got paid an awful lot of money to go do it because Japan liked paying for that. Any of these big dudes could have done that. They just don't want to. And that's fighting, because fighting is, it's going to fuck you up. But arm wrestling doesn't have money available for you. So Brian Shaw has been arm wrestling for years, but he doesn't really go pro with it because there's no money. If there was any money, which means we need fans, you'd have guys like Brian Shaw translating right in here. Jean-Philippe Louis, JPL, Canada strongman from Quebec. Huge fucking dude. He's done World Strongman. He's arm wrestled for years. And then he just kind of fell out of it after losing to BLM. There was no reason to keep going. Yeah, you like doing it, but there's no money. So why are you going to keep going? It's just how it is. Eddie Hall, gotta be fun. I found an arm wrestling through Devin Juji collab, and that was before Martinez, Lichis, and Juju. Yeah, that's the best way to find arm wrestling is through these collabs. I agree, but it's hard to get these guys interested in doing it. Marcus, you know what? I'm putting the straw in. Oh, I got to open it first, but I'm going to put the straw in here just because I got to shut this down. Fantastic. Carolyn Looms, thank you for the super chat. I will try to reach out to JF, but I don't think he's going to want to get in. I would just like to let everybody know I chugged that one fast as fuck. Oh, makes me a little gassy. But yeah, if any of these guys ever want to get into it, none of the arm wrestlers anywhere near them will ever say no. You know, arm wrestling isn't like other sports. Like, you cannot go to LeBron James's house and just ask him to teach you some one-on-one basketball. Like, he's going to call the cops on you, or like make you take a knee for some bullshit. In arm wrestling, you can show up at any pro's house, and as long as they're not busy, it's like, yeah, motherfucker, let's go arm wrestle. Why not? Oh, Irvin, yes, Neil has coached Eddie and taught him a bit about it. Like, if Eddie wanted to get in, he would get in. He was going to pull the RVJ match. And then there was some other issues there with WAL folding, but yeah. Well, all right, guys, it is 12:30. And I am literally 2.5 hours over my allotted stream time. Going to bed. So thank you all, and all 88 of you fucking idiots that are still here dealing with this. No. Now, when a guy like Eddie or Shaw has nothing else to do and they just want to stay competitive because that's in their blood, they will still do it, Marcus. And, you know, a guy like Eddie doesn't need to make money anymore. He's got money. If he decides he wants to just be competitive and he gets bit by the bug, people either love it or they don't. And you can never convince somebody to love it if they don't. But if they do, they do. So, either way, have a good night, y'all. I had a blast hanging out with you guys. And we will see y'all on Tuesday. I'm not sure if we're on my channel or Uncle John's channel. Thank you for all of the good luck wishes with my butt. And we will see y'all on Tuesday.